What We Let Be Buried, by Aressa. Chapter 1. 17 emails. The segment ran 4 minutes and 12 seconds. Priscilla knew this without checking the clock, the same way she knew without counting, that she had smiled precisely 3 times and none of them had reached her eyes. It didn't matter. The camera didn't need her eyes. It needed her face to be still and certain and angled slightly toward the light, and she had spent 11 years giving it exactly that. And we're clear. The floor director, a young man whose name she always knew and never used, stepped back from the lens. The studio lights shifted from performance white to something approximating human. Priscilla reached up and removed the lapel mic with the practiced efficiency of someone for whom being unwired was the closest thing to privacy the workday offered. Renata was already moving toward her from the side of the set. Renata Chalk moved the way she talked, with direction, with economy, with the faint implication that everyone else in the room was slightly behind schedule. She was holding a printed sheet of paper. She held it the way she held things she wanted Priscilla to take seriously. Something came in while you were taping. Something always comes in while I'm taping. This one has been coming in for a while. Priscilla took the paper. It was not a single page. It was a stack clipped together at the top left corner, printed front and back. The header on the first page read, Reeve, 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 FWD. Clara Marsh case file, Harwick County, 1924. The sender was listed as J. Alcantara, Harwick Historical Society. The timestamp on the most recent email was 9:47 that morning. Priscilla flipped to the last page. Then she went back to the first and read it properly. The earliest email was professional and precisely worded. It introduced June Alcantara, senior archivist at the Harwick Historical Society, referenced a 1924 murder conviction with what the sender described as a material discrepancy in the financial record, and requested, politely and specifically, a conversation at Priscilla's earliest convenience. It was the kind of email that knew it was one of hundreds Priscilla's office received monthly and had been written to distinguish itself from them. Clear, sourced, unembellished. Priscilla could tell the difference between someone performing thoroughness and someone who actually had it. This person had it. The subsequent emails tracked, with escalating detail and no apparent decrease in composure, the sender's continuing research. New documents. Cross-reference dates. A name that appeared in one ledger and not in the trial transcript. Each email was standalone and complete, as if written for a reader encountering the case for the first time, though by the 8th one the sender had clearly understood she was writing into silence. The 10th email began, I want to be straightforward with you, Ms. Voss. I'm not sure if these are reaching you or if they're being filtered. I'm not sure if you've reviewed the case or find it outside the scope of your current work. What I am sure of is that the financial record I've attached to this email places a man named Arthur Doyle at the Marsh property on the evening of November 3, 1923, which is the evening Clara Marsh's husband Harold was killed, and that this record was not entered into evidence at her trial. Clara Marsh was convicted of Harold's murder in February of 1924 and executed that April. She was 35 years old. Priscilla read that paragraph twice. The 11th email was shorter. The 12th was 2 sentences. The 16th had no text at all, only a scan of a document she would need to look up to identify, with a subject line that read, I thought you might want to see this one. The 17th email read, I understand you're busy. The woman has been dead for 100 years. She can wait a little longer. But I'd rather she didn't. Renata was watching her. Renata was always watching her, with the particular attentiveness of someone who had spent 7 years learning which of Priscilla's expressions meant nothing and which meant something. She waited until Priscilla looked up. Someone who cares this much about a dead woman's case, Renata said. That's either obsession or conscience. Hard to tell the difference sometimes. She's an archivist, Priscilla said. It's her job. She's been emailing you for 4 months. Priscilla set the pages down on the desk beside the now dark camera. The studio had emptied around them, crew dispersing toward the break room or the next setup. She could hear the particular hum of the building settling into the gap between productions. She picked the pages up again. File it, she said. I'll look at it this week. You always say that. I always look at it. Renata retrieved the stack with the particular smoothness of someone who had learned not to push and knew that not pushing was its own form of pressure. She was halfway to the door when Priscilla said, without looking up from the desk she was already clearing, the financial record she mentioned. In email 10. Can you get the case file from the county archive? Renata paused. Priscilla could feel the pause without turning around. I'll have it by Thursday, Renata said and left. The drive back to her apartment took 22 minutes. Priscilla had timed it precisely once and now carried the number without thinking about it, the way she carried most numbers, quietly as reference points. She listened to the end of a podcast she'd started the previous week about infrastructure failures, which was either research or avoidance, and she was fairly certain which. The city passed the windows in the specific configuration of a Tuesday evening, cabs accumulating at the corners, the long diagonal of office lights coming on in the buildings, the kind of ordinary that felt slightly illegible at speed. Her apartment was on the 14th floor. She had chosen the building for its lack of distinguishing characteristics. Not beautiful, not interesting, a place she could be private without any effort because no one had any reason to notice it. The inside was different. The inside she had composed with some care. Clean lines, neutral tones, a kitchen that was the right size and contained exactly the equipment she used. There was nothing on the walls except one framed print of a map she'd had since graduate school, from a period of her life she rarely examined. The effect was not cold, she had decided. It was considered. A space for thinking, not for performing. She put water on for tea and stood in the kitchen watching the kettle. She was not thinking about anything in particular. This was a skill she had developed and maintained with some discipline, the same way she maintained other skills, deliberately as a form of control. The ability to not think about something was, she had found, more reliable than thinking about it differently. She let the water boil. She poured it. She did not add the tea bag for long enough and the result was too pale, which she noted and did not correct. She took the tea to the couch and sat with it. She had not brought the email thread home. There was no reason to bring it home. She knew the relevant details. 1 June Alcantara, archivist, Harwick Historical Society, had located what appeared to be a material discrepancy in a 100-year-old murder conviction. A woman named Clara Marsh had been convicted in 1924 and executed the same year. A man named Doyle had been at the property that evening and this fact had not entered the trial record. June Alcantara had been emailing about this for 4 months with decreasing length and unchanged conviction. She knew the relevant details. She also knew the last line. I'd rather she didn't. She drank the tea. Tasted like not enough. The apartment was the right temperature. The city was doing its normal things outside the window. She was exactly where she always was at this hour, and everything was completely in order, and she sat for a while longer than she usually did before reaching for the work she'd brought home in her bag. There was a small diagonal scar through her left eyebrow. She touched it once without knowing she was doing it. Old habit from an old injury. A car door, age 9, a parking lot, the particular disorientation of pain arriving without warning. She didn't think about that either. She opened her laptop and looked at the blank document she'd started for the segment that had aired that night. She closed it. She opened the county archive search portal instead, typed in Harwick, and found the case number she'd already memorized from the header of the email stack she had filed and not brought home, and began to read. She made a second cup of tea at 11:30. She drank this one. At 12:40 a.m. she was still reading. At 12:42 she opened a new document and typed at the top, Clara Marsh. November 1924. Below it she typed, Arthur Doyle. Below that she typed, why wasn't he in the transcript? She stared at the questions for a moment. She did not write the answers. She was not ready to write the answers. She was not certain she had them. She closed the laptop at 1:15 and went to bed with the particular alertness of someone who knows they are not going to sleep quickly and has decided not to fight it. She did not respond to the emails. Not yet. She lay in the dark with the ceiling doing its ordinary thing above her and thought, briefly, about the line she'd read 3 times now. The woman has been dead for 100 years. She can wait a little longer. But I'd rather she didn't. There was something in that sentence that did not feel like professional commitment. She couldn't name it yet. She cataloged it instead, the way she cataloged most things she wasn't ready to look at directly, and filed it somewhere she would come back to. She was asleep by 2. She dreamed about nothing she remembered in the morning. Chapter 2: The Harwick Discrepancy. The box was not remarkable. It was the kind of box that accumulated in places like this one. Gray archival cardboard, acid-free, a label and faded typewriter font reading Marsh C. Harwick CO. Criminal cases /1923 to 1924. Then she went back to her own office. This was how Dolores operated. She had been the senior archivist at the Harwick Historical Society for 31 years, which meant she had outlasted 4 directors, 2 floods, 1 attempted merger with the county library system, and a prolonged institutional dispute about climate control that June understood had been genuinely bitter. She had the quality of someone who had learned to be patient, not because patience came naturally, but because she had been right often enough about enough things to know that the truth arrived eventually. She handed June projects the way other people handed over gifts, with a studied indifference that did not quite conceal that she had thought about it. June put on her cotton gloves, lifted the lid, and looked inside. The box contained 1 manila folder marked Trial Transcript, Harwick County Court of Common Pleas, 1924. 1 manila folder marked Newspaper Coverage, 1923 to 1924, photocopied. 1 manila folder marked Financial Records, partial. 1 manila folder marked Correspondence, miscellaneous, and a small sealed envelope, paperclip to the inside of the lid, that read "Do not separate from main file" in handwriting June did not recognize. She set the sealed envelope aside and began with the transcript. The Harwick County Courthouse had not been known for its record-keeping. The trial transcript of Clara Marsh ran to 42 pages, which was not a great deal of pages for a capital case, and June read it carefully with the particular attention she reserved for documents that were trying to tell her something by what they left out. The prosecution's case was economical. Clara Marsh had been alone in the house with Harold Marsh on the evening of November 3. Harold Marsh had been found dead of a gunshot wound. Clara Marsh had not been able to account for her whereabouts at the time of death to the satisfaction of the jury. Clara Marsh had been convicted. The defense had not asked many questions. The defense attorney, a man named Stills, had cross-examined the prosecution's witnesses with what June could only describe as mild persistence and had declined to call his own. The whole proceeding had taken 3 days. June set the transcript aside and picked up the financial records folder. This was where it was. She almost missed it. The Marsh family finances were represented in partial ledgers, 2 bank statements, and a collection of receipts for household goods and business transactions. Harold Marsh had been a hardware merchant, which meant the receipts were numerous and dull, and she sorted through them with a patience that was not quite automatic, because in this work nothing was quite automatic. Things had a way of being in unexpected places, and you learned to look with a level of attention that was different from reading. The document was tucked between 2 hardware receipts, the same size as the receipts, handwritten in different ink. It took her a moment to understand what she was looking at. It was a partial ledger entry, not in Harold Marsh's hand. The name at the top was A. Doyle Mercantile. The date was November 3, 1923. She sat with the date for a moment, making sure she had it right. November 3. The night Harold Marsh had died. The entry recorded a financial transaction between A. Doyle and H. Marsh. A debt settlement, the figure substantial. Beside the figure, in different handwriting again, a notation in pencil, delivered in person. A signature she could not fully read. Someone had been at the Marsh house that evening. Someone who was not Clara. June set the ledger entry down. She looked at it for a moment. Then she looked at the trial transcript, which she had just finished reading in full, and in which the name Doyle did not appear. She picked up the ledger entry again. She turned it over. The back was blank. She set it down again and opened the newspaper coverage folder and read through 4 photocopied articles from the Harwick Courier and 1 from the county paper, all from February of 1924. Conviction secured. No mention of Doyle. No mention of a debt settlement. No mention of anyone at the Marsh house that evening except Clara. June sat back in her chair. The archive room was quiet. It was the kind of quiet that had some texture to it. The ventilation system, the particular quality of silence that old paper held, the distant sound of someone's radio, 2 offices over playing something with piano. She was accustomed to working in quiet. She did her best thinking in quiet. She had developed over years the ability to sit with something surprising and not immediately do anything about it, to let it be surprising, to give it the room it needed. She gave this 5 minutes. Then she pulled her legal pad toward her and wrote at the top, Clara Marsh 1923-24. Below that she wrote, a Doyle at Marsh House night of Harold's death. Below that, not in trial record. Not in coverage. Below that, why? She stared at the page. She looked at her desk, which was not Priscilla Voss's apartment. It was a surface that had things on it. A succulent in a clay pot that had been nearly dead when she'd found it, and was now recovering with the slowness of something that had decided to try. A photograph of her and Dolores at the Society's 30th anniversary celebration, both of them slightly blurred from laughing. A sticky note in her own handwriting that said her name matters, which was a reminder she had written during a different case, 2 years ago, about a woman who had been misidentified in 3 separate historical records, and which she had kept because it remained true. She picked up her phone and looked up Priscilla Voss, which was not something she needed to do. She knew who Priscilla Voss was. Most people who worked in any proximity to investigative journalism or true crime media knew who Priscilla Voss was. She was the kind of person who had a Wikipedia page that other Wikipedia pages linked to. She was the kind of person who had a public email for tips and inquiries that was managed, June was fairly certain, by at least one full-time staff member. June did not use the tips email. She found the production office contact and composed a message that was professional and specific, that laid out the discrepancy plainly and attached a photograph of the ledger entry, and that ended with, I believe this represents a material error in the trial record that warrants serious investigation. I am happy to provide full access to the archival documents at your convenience. She read it through twice, made 3 small edits, and sent it. She went back to the box. The sealed envelope was last. She opened it carefully, the way she opened everything, with attention, with the baseline respect she'd learned to give to things that had been kept. Inside was a small photograph, black and white, printed on cardstock in the style of the early 20th century. A woman stood in a doorway. She was not facing the camera directly. She was looking slightly to the left of the lens at something outside the frame with an expression that June, who was good at faces, took a moment to categorize. She settled finally on a woman who knows exactly what she is not saying. On the back, in the same unidentified handwriting as the Do Not Separate label, Sam, ca. 1921, Clara Marsh, 3 years before her trial, standing in a doorway, looking at something she had decided not to show the camera. June looked at the photograph for a long time. Then she went back to the ledger entry, made a high-resolution scan of it, and attached it to a second email to the production office. The subject line read, Attachment referenced in previous message. She wrote the email itself in 1 sentence. I thought you might want to see this one. She went home that evening at 6, as she usually did, and cooked something simple, and called her mother back after letting the call go to voicemail in the afternoon. Her mother was in good health and had opinions about the weather and asked how the job was going, and June said it was interesting, which was true, and her mother said, that was nice, which was also true. And June said the right things and listened to the right things and hung up feeling the specific warmth and slight hollowness that particular phone call always left her with. It had always been like this. Her mother loved her with the fluency of long practice, and there were certain things her mother had absorbed back into silence over the years, and June had learned to receive the love that was available and not reach too hard for the rest. She washed the dishes. She sat with the crossword for 20 minutes without solving much of it. She thought about Clara Marsh standing in a doorway looking at something outside the frame with an expression that knew exactly what it was not saying. She opened her laptop and wrote a 3rd email, which was longer than the first 2 combined. She outlined the full discrepancy. She referenced the trial transcript by page number. She explained the significance of the ledger entry in terms that were precise without being condescending. She noted the absence of the name Doyle from all court documents. She attached the photograph of Clara because it seemed relevant, though she could not have said why. She sent it at 11:12 p.m. She did not think she was going to receive a response. She had been doing this work long enough to know that famous people with public-facing tip lines received a great many emails from a great many people who were certain they had found something important, and that the threshold for a response was necessarily high, and that the fact that she was right did not automatically mean anyone would believe her. But she was right. She was quite certain she was right. And the ledger entry was real, and the absence of Doyle from the trial record was real, and Clara Marsh had been 35 years old when she was executed, and her name mattered. She looked at the sticky note. She wrote the fourth email before she went to bed, which was a shorter one, just a follow-up with one additional document she had thought to check, a tax record from the county assessor that placed Doyle's business in a financial dispute with the Marsh estate beginning in the autumn of 1923. She sent it. She went to sleep. She was not nervous. She was right, and being right had always felt to her like enough to stand on. She did not know yet about the locket. She had not yet opened the correspondence folder. That would be tomorrow. Tomorrow would change things. Chapter 3: The Woman in the Photograph. Renata left the printed file on Priscilla's desk on Thursday morning as promised. It was not the county archive material alone. It was a compiled packet, the archive material, a summary document Renata had drafted, and a note on Harwick Historical Society letterhead that read, "Per your request to the production office. Full file enclosed. I am available by phone or email. June Alcantara." The handwriting was small and even and did not waste space. Priscilla looked at the cover letter for a moment. Then she set it on top of the stack and turned to the piece she was editing. She did not open the packet until after lunch. The county archive material was what she had already found herself through the portal: the trial transcript, the conviction record, the execution date. What June Alcantara had added was more substantial. A timeline clearly laid out with document citations in the margins. Photographs of the original ledger entry, and the tax record, high resolution, each one labeled with the archive catalog number and the date of acquisition. A 2-page summary of what the records showed and what they didn't, written with a precision that reminded Priscilla of the kind of legal brief that had been composed by someone who knew the difference between evidence and argument and kept them rigorously separate. Tucked at the back of the packet in a separate sleeve, the photograph of Clara Marsh. Priscilla looked at it for longer than she meant to. The photograph was the kind of image that shouldn't be arresting. It was old and small, and the resolution was the limited resolution of the period. All grain and shadow, the figure in the doorway slightly imprecise at the edges, the light falling in from the left. The woman was not beautiful in the conventional sense of the word, which had nothing to do with why Priscilla kept looking. She was standing in a doorway half-turned, looking at something outside the frame. Her expression was the expression of a woman who had decided something and was living with having decided it, and there was a particular stillness to the way she held herself that Priscilla recognized without being able to say immediately what she recognized it from. She filed the photograph with the packet and opened the broadcast schedule on her laptop. There were 3 cases in current development. A 1987 arson conviction in the Midwest that had been appealed twice. An unresolved disappearance from the late 1990s with new DNA evidence. A fraud case that was technically within Priscilla's jurisdiction but was more financial than narrative, more Marcus's territory than hers, and she had been meaning to suggest he take the lead for 2 weeks. She considered the Harwick file. It was old. The conviction was from 1924, which meant the evidence trail was going to be fragmentary and difficult by definition, and it had the additional complication of a deceased defendant, which meant any exoneration process was going to be procedurally complex and potentially slow. The Harwick Historical Society was a small regional institution, without the research resources of a university archive. The lawyer who would need to be involved in any exoneration hearing would need to work with limited documentation. It was a case with real potential for dead ends. She pulled the packet back out of the file. The ledger entry was clear. The placement of Doyle at the Marsh house on the evening of the murder was not inferential. It was documented. The absence of this document from the trial record was either negligence or something else, and the tax record establishing a financial dispute between Doyle and Harold Marsh gave the something else a shape. Motive was not established in the archival record, but motive was often the last thing you found. You found the evidence first and then you found out what the evidence meant. She turned back to the photograph. She had left it on the corner of her desk and she looked at it sideways across the other work, which was not how she usually looked at things. The woman in the doorway knew exactly what she wasn't saying. There was a knock, and Marcus came in without waiting for an answer, which was his custom. He was carrying 2 coffees and had the expression of someone who was about to be enthusiastic about something, which was also his custom. Priscilla had worked with Marcus Hale for 4 years and had developed an affection for him that she expressed primarily through not letting it be visible, which he appeared to find acceptable. "What are you working on?" He handed her one of the coffees without asking if she wanted it. She took it. Review. He looked at her desk. He saw the photograph, the way Marcus always saw things he wasn't meant to notice. Immediately and without any attempt to conceal that he'd noticed. He picked it up. Who's this? 1920s case. She held out her hand. He returned the photograph. What kind of case? Murder conviction. Wrongful possibly. There's a financial record that didn't make it into the trial. Marcus leaned against the edge of the desk. He had the slightly exhausting quality of someone for whom enthusiasm was not a performance but a baseline state. That's a good story. Old cases like that, when you finally get to name the person correctly, there's something about that. Who found it? An archivist. At the Harwick Historical Society. Harwick, New York? That's not far. He looked at the photograph again without picking it up, tilting his head slightly. She looks like someone who had a lot going on that she wasn't telling anyone. Priscilla said nothing. You should do the whole series on women like her, Marcus said. Honestly, women convicted in that era, the legal standard was basically vibes. Any woman in a room with a dead husband was guilty by proximity. He finished his coffee in a way that suggested he had come in on his way somewhere else and was getting to the reason for the detour. There's a development call at 3, by the way. Renata wanted you there. I know. Right. He straightened. The Harwick thing, you're going to pursue it? I'm evaluating it. He gave her the particular look he gave her when he thought she was being more opaque than necessary, which was a look she received fairly often. Let me know if you want a second read on the financial stuff. I'm decent at that. I know you are. He left. Priscilla looked at the photograph. Clara Marsh in a doorway, 1921, 3 years before everything ended. Looking at something outside the frame with an expression that knew exactly what it was not saying. She opened her email. She read the 17 emails from June Alcantara in sequence, which she had not done before. She had sampled them, read the key ones, but not sat with the whole thread from beginning to end. Reading them in order was different. The earlier emails were formally professional in a way that shifted gradually around the 8th or 9th one, not toward casualness but toward something more direct. By the 12th email there was a quality to the writing that Priscilla had not been able to identify in isolation but could now name. This person was not going to stop. Not because of stubbornness but because the stopping would feel like a wrongness to them, a small complicity, and they were not willing to be complicit. The 15th email had a postscript that read, P.S. I realize I keep attaching things. I am going to keep attaching things. There is more where these came from and I will send them with a frequency calibrated to the threshold between persistent and unreasonable, which I have been trying to establish through trial and error. The 16th email was one document, no text. The subject line read, I thought you might want to see this one. The 17th. I understand you're busy. The woman has been dead for 100 years. She can wait a little longer. But I'd rather she didn't. Priscilla closed the email. She sat with the question, which was the same question she'd been sitting with for 3 days, approached from a different angle this time. The angle of the emails rather than the evidence. She was honest with herself when honesty was useful, and she was honest with herself now. The emails had gotten funnier after the 5th one, in the way of someone who had decided that if she wasn't going to respond, June Alcantara might as well enjoy herself. There was something in that she kept coming back to. She opened a new email. She wrote, Ms. Alcantara, I've reviewed the file. I'd like to discuss the financial record in more detail. Would you be available for a call next week? She read it. She changed Ms. Alcantara to June and changed it back. She deleted the question and made it a statement. I'd like to schedule a call. I'll have my office follow up with times. She sent it. She went home. In the kitchen, making tea she intended to drink this time, she thought about the question that had been in the back of her mind since she'd first read the Doyle ledger entry. Why hadn't he been called to testify? It was not a rhetorical question. It had an answer. The answer was going to take time to find, and it was going to require access to records she didn't yet have, and it was probably going to require going to Harwick. She hadn't decided to go to Harwick. She was making tea. She was standing in her kitchen, which was exactly the right temperature, in an apartment with nothing personal on the walls, with the city doing its normal things outside the window, and she was making tea and thinking about a procedural question. That was all. She went to bed at midnight with the file open on her laptop and the photograph on the nightstand. This was not unusual. She often kept case materials where she could look at them. It helped with the work. She woke at 6 and the first thing she saw was Clara Marsh, standing in a doorway, looking at something outside the frame. She lay still for a moment. The ceiling was the usual ceiling. The city was beginning its morning sounds below. She picked up her phone and looked at the Harwick Historical Society website. Not for any particular reason. She read the About page. She read the staff bios. The photograph beside June Alcantara's bio showed a woman in her early 30s with short, dark hair and an expression that suggested she was slightly amused by having her photograph taken, and was managing this amusement with reasonable success. The bio read, June Alcantara, she/her, is a senior archivist specializing in 20th century regional records and the material history of underrepresented communities. She joined the Harwick Historical Society in 2018 and has contributed to several county landmark designations. She believes the people in the boxes matter. The last sentence had no footnote. It appeared to be a statement of personal philosophy offered without apology. Priscilla set her phone down. She looked at the ceiling for a moment. She was going to Harwick. She had probably decided this 3 days ago. She did not examine this too closely. It was a professional decision about a case with genuine evidentiary merit, and the fact that she had been reading staff bios at 6 in the morning on a Thursday was simply thoroughness, which was one of her professional strengths, and she had always researched things before walking into them. She got up and made coffee. She made it properly this time, the way she made it in the morning when she had time. Measured, attentive, worth making. She stood in the window with it and watched the city begin. The photograph was still on the nightstand. She did not go back for it, but she knew where it was. Chapter for the locket. June arrived at the archive room 40 minutes before she was supposed to. This was not unusual for her under normal circumstances. Under circumstances involving the imminent arrival of Priscilla Voss, it felt almost insufficient. She had been at work since 7, which was 40 minutes before her actual start time, which meant she had been in motion since well before she was technically required to be, moving through the archive room with a purposefulness that she was aware was slightly manic and was choosing not to examine. Okay, she said, to herself or to Clara or to no one in particular. I'm setting out the cotton gloves, I'm arranging the file folders, I'm unlocking the display case. The habit of narrating her movements aloud had been with her since graduate school, a way of keeping herself company in quiet rooms. It was the kind of thing she only noticed when someone else was there to notice it with her. And today someone was going to be there which she was not thinking about. The Clara Marsh file was laid out on the center examination table. She had organized it the way she organized everything she wanted someone to understand quickly. Chronological, clearly labeled, with a separate smaller stack for the documents she considered most important. The ledger entry was in a clear sleeve. The trial transcript was tabbed. The photograph of Clara was at the front of the photograph sleeve, facing up. The locket was in its separate case. She had debated at some length how to present the locket. It had been logged as miscellaneous estate property when it came in 6 years ago, part of a larger collection from a building renovation on Clement Street, which was not the former Marsh house but had been connected, she'd eventually determined, to the same estate sale from 1924. It was a small, oval locket, gold-plated, with an engraving on the front that she had spent considerable time with a magnifier trying to decipher before concluding that the letters were not an ornamental pattern but initials. CM on one side, H on the other, Clara Marsh, and a second initial set she had spent 4 months trying to identify. She had not included the locket in her emails. It had felt somehow like the wrong thing to lead with. The ledger entry was evidence. The locket was something else. A question shaped like an object, and she had not been ready to ask it remotely. She had wanted to be in the room. She heard the front door of the Historical Society open. She heard Dolores's voice and then another voice, lower and more measured. She put both hands flat on the examination table for a moment, making sure they were steady, which they were, and then straightened up and waited. Priscilla Voss walked into the archive room at 10:04 a.m., and was smaller than June had expected. Not small, 5'7" probably, with the careful upright carriage of someone who had spent a long time on camera and carried that awareness in her body now off it too. But in the mental image June had assembled over 4 months of one-sided correspondence, there had been more height, more broadcast persona, more of the particular impenetrability that came across in close-up. In person, Priscilla was wearing black trousers and a dark burgundy jacket and had her hair pulled back in a low, precise knot, and her eyes, when they found June's, were doing several things at once. "Ms. Alcantara," she said. "June," June said. "Please. Hi. Thank you for coming." "Priscilla." She extended her hand. June shook it. Priscilla's grip was the grip of someone who had shaken hands in a great many professional contexts, and had decided at some point to do it properly. "I'll take your coat," June said, which was the first slightly awkward thing she'd said, because Priscilla was not wearing a coat and it was not cold in the archive room. "Or not your coat. Can I get you coffee? I made a pot. Please." Priscilla looked at the table, at the file laid out on it. She looked at it with the attention of someone who had already spent time with these documents and was now seeing the physical originals for the first time, and there was something in that look June had seen before, in other researchers and journalists who came into the archive for the first time, the particular recognition of things that had previously only been scanned images becoming real objects with weight and dimension and the evidence of age. It was one of the things she loved about her work that moment. She had been waiting for someone to have it in front of these specific materials for a while. She poured the coffee. They worked through the file methodically, which suited them both, June suspected. She explained the organization and Priscilla listened without interjecting, which was not how most people listened. Most people listen with the intent to speak. Priscilla listened with what felt like actual reception, the kind of attention that was taking things in rather than preparing a response to them. When June finished the overview, Priscilla asked 4 questions, each one more precise than the last, and the 4th one was the exact question June had been waiting for her to ask because it was the one that led to the locket. "The second name," Priscilla said. "Fauha. You haven't been able to identify it. It wasn't in the trial record, or in the newspaper coverage, or in any of the census documents I've found that mention the Marsh household directly." June went to the display case. "I want to show you something." She carried the locket in its clamshell case to the table and set it between them. It was small the way things from that era tended to be small. Gold-plated over a base metal, oval, with a chain that had been repaired at some point in its history. She could see the newer link, slightly shinier, about 2/3 of the way along. The engraving on the front was faint but legible. "CM on the outer left panel. VH on the outer right." Priscilla looked at it. She did not touch it. She looked at it the way she had looked at the file with the same quality of reception, and June looked at her looking at it and said nothing because the moment seemed like it needed space. "Clara Marsh," Priscilla said. "Yes. And Vera H. I believe so." The locket came in as part of the estate collection from a building on Clement Street, which was connected to the sale of the Marsh property after the conviction. "I've been trying to trace the VH initials through census records, through church records, through school registrations for the Harwick area between 1890 and 1910. Nothing. Nothing in the trial record. I have a tentative candidate, a Vera Hutchins, listed in the 1920 census as a resident of Clement Street, but I haven't been able to confirm she's connected to the Marsh household." June paused. "I haven't been able to confirm anything about her at all, which is itself interesting." Priscilla looked up from the locket. "Why would that be interesting? Absence in the record is common for that period." "Absence, yes. But there's absence and then there's the specific way she seems to be absent. I've found Clement Street residents in the church records, in the tax records, in school documents if they had children. Vera Hutchins appears in the 1920 census and then nowhere else. Not in the church records. Not in any social organization listings. Not in the newspaper coverage of the trial, which mentioned several of the Marsh's neighbors." She touched the edge of the locket case gently with the tip of one gloved finger. "Someone who is present in one document and invisible in all the adjacent ones, that's a different kind of absence." Priscilla was very still. This was, June would come to understand, one of her tells. She went still when she was processing something important, not the performance stillness of someone waiting for their cue but the actual stillness of someone who had stopped moving in order to think. "The locket was found where?" "Inside a wall," June said. "The building on Clement Street was renovated in 2018. The construction crew found a tin box inside the plaster during demolition. Standard protocols for a registered landmark, they called us. The box had several items, including the locket and a handwritten note I've been trying to authenticate. The note is consistent with the early 1920s in paper and ink composition. What does the note say? It's mostly a provenance description. Property of CM. A date. November 2nd, 1923. One day before Harold Marsh was killed. June let that sit for a moment. I think Clara put it there. I think she hid it because she needed it to be somewhere it couldn't be found, and then she was taken into custody the following day, and she never came back for it. The archive room was very quiet. The piano from Dolores's office was not audible today. June was aware of the particular quality of the silence in a way she wasn't usually, which she attributed to having another person in it, a person whose attention was the kind of attention you could feel. The locket engraving, Priscilla said. Both sets of initials. Did you consider that it might be a gift? From Harold to Clara, perhaps. HM with the initial worn away. I considered it. June looked at her. But the engraving is interior-facing on both panels. Harold Marsh's initial was an H. The right panel reads V. Priscilla looked at the locket. It was always two women, she said. It was not a question. That's what I believe, June said. Yes. She watched Priscilla absorb this. There was something careful in the way she was being watched. The sense of being assessed, but not in a way that felt hostile. More like the specific quality of attention a very precise instrument gave to something it was trying to measure accurately, which June did not find threatening. She had always been comfortable with people who paid attention. She found the kind of attention that looked right at you more restful than the kind that kept sliding past. The case, Priscilla said, after a long moment. It isn't about the murder. It never was, June said. They looked at the locket. The two initials side by side, each on their respective panel. A small engraved record of something that had needed to be hidden from everyone and had survived, inside a wall for a century. They spent 2 more hours with the file. Priscilla asked questions that were good ones, the kind that followed the evidence to its logical extension rather than jumping ahead to conclusions, and June answered them with the same precision, and at some point the dynamic shifted from journalist and source to two people working through the same problem from adjacent angles, and neither of them made note of the shift. They ran out of natural topics at just before 1 o'clock, which was when June said she had a meeting at 2 but the file would be available whenever Priscilla wanted to review it further, and Priscilla said she would be in touch. They shook hands again in the parking lot. Priscilla's car was a dark gray sedan, clean, unremarkable in the specific way of a car chosen not to be noticed. June stood by the Historical Society's front door and watched her go, then went back inside to check the Clara Marsh box one more time, just to make sure everything was in order. Dolores was in the hallway. How did it go? Dolores said, which was the most she would ask. Good, June said. I think she's going to pursue it. Dolores nodded. She went back to her office. June sat at her desk with her coffee and the residual sense of a morning that had been significant in ways she was not quite ready to assess, and the succulent on her windowsill sat in its clay pot, recovering in the particular slow way of things that had decided to try, and outside the archive room window the parking lot was ordinary and empty. She did not see Priscilla from where she was sitting. She did not know that Priscilla had not started her engine yet. She did not know that Priscilla sat in the gray sedan in the Harwick Historical Society parking lot for 4 full minutes after they'd shaken hands, her hands resting on the wheel, looking at the dashboard, not thinking about anything she was willing to name. She did not know that Priscilla had reached up and touched the scar through her eyebrow at the 2-minute mark and pulled her hand away when she realized she was doing it, and then sat for 2 minutes more. She did not know any of that. She did know, with the particular certainty of someone who pays close attention to things, that something had happened in the archive room that was going to be worth following toward whatever it became. She picked up her pen. She wrote on the legal pad, "Who are you?" She underlined it. She was going to find out. Chapter 5:14 Reasons Not to. Renata's office was smaller than Priscilla's and better organized. This was typical of their dynamic in most respects. She looked up when Priscilla came in and pushed the Danish she'd been eating to the side of the desk, which was her version of clearing the room. "The Harwick file," Priscilla said. "I figured. I want your red." Renata leaned back in her chair, which she did when she was moving from logistical mode to assessment mode. She was 42 and had the particular authority of someone who had spent 20 years in a field that rewarded people who were right more often than they were wrong. She had been Priscilla's publicist for 7 years and had never, to Priscilla's knowledge, been wrong about anything that mattered. The case has merit, Renata said. The exoneration angle is extremely timely. There's been a lot of audience appetite for posthumous wrongful conviction stories in the last 3 years, and a woman of that era executed, no retrial records only recently surfaced. That's a strong editorial frame. She paused. The complication is the timeline. Posthumous exoneration proceedings can take anywhere from 1 to 3 years. That's a lot of runway for a story with no living subjects. There's an archivist. An archivist is not a subject. An archivist is a source. The archivist found the case. She's been working it for 2 years. Renata looked at her. 4 months, she said. She's been emailing for 4 months. You said 2 years. Priscilla had not said 2 years. She had not said anything yet. She made a note of the number she'd apparently had in her head and moved past it. The archival work predates the outreach, she said. The emails started when she found the financial record. She was in the file before that. All right. Renata tapped her pen against the desk twice. The historical angle, the locket. 2 women's initials. That's going to be a significant part of the story if you pursue it. It's the center of the story. Editorially, yes. Publicly, there are audiences for whom that framing is a draw and audiences for whom it's a complication. You'd need to think about which version of this story you're telling, and for which platform. I know what story I'm telling. Renata looked at her again, with the particular quality of attention she deployed when she was noting something she did not intend to comment on yet. Okay, she said. What else? The series format. I think this is a standalone. 1 extended piece, not episodic. That's leaving money on the table. It might be, but episodic requires ongoing revelation, and the Clara Marsh case is already substantially documented. The story ends at the exoneration hearing. You can't sustain a 6-episode build when you already have the financial record and the locket and the letter. She stopped. Renata said. The letter. Priscilla had not mentioned the letter. There was no letter, not yet. There was a handwritten note that had been in the box with the locket, which June had told her about, which was not a letter. She had constructed a letter in her head on the drive back from Harwick, which was her process. She built narrative scaffolding speculatively, and then replaced it with evidence when the evidence arrived. She had not said this aloud. There may be correspondence, she said, in the archival collection. I don't have full access yet. Renata let this pass. The bottom line. This is a viable project. It would be your highest profile historical case in 2 years. The audience is there. The timing is good. The question is commitment. You're looking at a minimum of 3 months on-site or in access, probably more if the hearing timeline extends. 3 months in Harwick. Or with regular trips. You know the drill. Priscilla looked at the wall of Renata's office, which had on it a whiteboard with several project timelines and 2 framed prints that Renata had chosen for no reason Priscilla had ever been able to identify. She ran through the professional calculus with the practiced efficiency of someone who had been making exactly this kind of assessment for a decade. Budget. Timeline. Platform appetite. Audience alignment. The arson case in the Midwest, which was further along but less compelling. The disappearance case, which had the DNA angle but a surviving family whose cooperation was uncertain. She ran through all of it. She reached the end of the professional calculus. She thought about the locket. CM on one side, VH on the other. A small oval object in a clamshell case, handled with cotton gloves, sitting in a registered archive for 6 years before someone noticed what the initials meant and decided it mattered enough to email about it 17 times. She thought about the photograph. Clara Marsh in a doorway, looking at something outside the frame. An expression that knew exactly what it wasn't saying. She thought about the emails. The way they'd gotten funnier after the 5th one. I need to think about it, she said. Renata said. Of course. Marcus arrived at the meeting they'd both technically been scheduled for, which had begun 5 minutes ago and about which neither of them had apparently been concerned. He came in with his jacket on one arm, and the expression of someone who had been mildly delayed by something he'd already forgotten. Did I miss Harwick? Still deciding, Priscilla said. Marcus sat down heavily in the spare chair. He'd had the same spare chair in every office they'd shared, Priscilla had noticed, and always occupied it with the same particular combination of relaxed sprawl and focused attention. I pulled the Clara Marsh case last night, he said. After you mentioned it. Priscilla, the Doyle angle alone is a solid story. The financial dispute, the timing, the absence from the trial, it's not subtle. Whoever handled that trial either made a significant error, or they didn't look very hard. Or both, Priscilla said. Or both. He looked at her. You're going to do it. I said I'm considering it. He had Renata's gift for the pause that communicated everything without saying anything. She watched him decide not to press it. He stretched instead, chair creaking, and looked at the ceiling. If you do it, and I know you're considering it, the locket is the frame. That's what people are going to remember. The love story hidden in the wall. It's not confirmed as a love story. 2 women's initials inside a locket that was hidden in a wall, the day before one of them was arrested for murder and never recovered. Marcus gave her a look that was affectionate and slightly incredulous. That's either a love story or a very dramatic coincidence. Priscilla said nothing. She drove home that evening through traffic that was thicker than it had been the previous week. A construction disruption on the bridge approach that had the usual effect of compressing the city into a kind of shared irritability. She listened to the end of a different podcast and thought about 3 other things and turned the radio off before the tunnel. In the kitchen, she made tea properly. She stood with it at the window and watched the particular density of a Tuesday evening, which was not the same density as a Thursday evening. She had lived in this apartment long enough to know the weekly rhythms of the view. She drank the tea. It was the right temperature this time. She had built 14 arguments against taking the case. She had built them carefully, over the previous 48 hours, in the margins of other work and in the space between projects, and they were not bad arguments. They were professionally defensible arguments about timelines and evidence trails and resource allocation and platform positioning, and the risks of a story with no living subjects except a regional archivist who was a source, not a subject. She had built all 14 arguments. She had looked at them from all sides. They were good arguments. They were also, she was aware, and avoidance. She was honest with herself about this when honesty was useful, and right now it was useful, because there was no point constructing a decision-making framework if the input data was selected to reach a predetermined conclusion. The predetermined conclusion, if she was being honest, which she was, she had stood in the archive room in Harwick, and the archivist had set a locket on the table between them, and had said the case was never about the murder and had been right, and Priscilla had known she was right in the way you know things when someone says them out loud and they simply fit. And she had driven back to New York and attended 3 meetings and edited 1 script and had not once in 48 hours stopped thinking about it. She was going to take the case. She had probably decided this before she got in the car to drive to Harwick. She found that she was holding her phone. She called Renata. I'll take the Harwick case, she said. Renata said. I know, Priscilla said. I'm going back Thursday. I'll block your schedule. She hung up. She put the phone on the counter. She looked at the window, at the city, at the ordinary and sufficient fact of Tuesday evening. She had decided, and she did not examine the decision too closely, which was the closest thing she had right now to allowing herself to want something. She opened her laptop and went back to the emails. All 17 of them beginning to end. She read them more slowly this time. She noticed the small shift around the 5th one, the place where the professionalism had not disappeared but had stopped being the only register, where a different quality had come in, not informality but something she'd now categorize as unguarded. The later emails had a quality of someone who had decided that if she was going to be ignored, she might as well be herself while being ignored. The postscript in 15. The subject line of 16. The last one. She was still reading when her phone lit up on the counter. She looked at it. It was not a call. It was an email, which was unusual at this hour, from June Alcantara at harwickhistorical.org. The subject line read, "One more thing. I realize this is becoming a habit." She opened it. It was short. I found a record I'd missed. Vera Hutchins's name appears in a church marriage register from 1926, 2 years after the execution. I haven't followed it yet. Thought you'd want to know. I'll have the full documentation ready when you're next in Harwick. Assuming you're coming back. Priscilla read it. She read it a second time. She looked at the window. She typed, "I'll be back Thursday," and sent it before she thought about it. Then she sat for a moment with the particular awareness of having done something quickly and without performance, something that had gone directly from intent to action without passing through the usual review, and she found unexpectedly that this did not feel like exposure. Felt like something else. Something she didn't have an immediate word for. She closed the laptop. She went to bed. The photograph of Clara Marsh was still on the nightstand. She slept better than she had in 3 days. Chapter 6: The Second Visit. The email arrived at 8:52 in the morning and said simply, "I'll be back Thursday." June read it twice. Then she set her phone face down on her desk and sat for a moment with her hands flat on either side of her keyboard, which was the thing she did when she had decided something and was making sure the decision had settled fully before she acted on it. She picked up her phone and read the email again. It was not a long email. It was not an expressive email. It contained 4 words and a period and a sender name, and June, who was accustomed to building context from minimal material, spent approximately 90 seconds cataloging what those 4 words represented. Confirmation that Priscilla had received her email about Vera's marriage record. Confirmation that she was taking the case seriously enough to return, and, though this last item was not strictly evidenced by the text, confirmation that the response had been sent quickly, without the considered latency of Priscilla's other communications, which June had come to think of as the gap between what Priscilla decided and what she was prepared to show deciding. She put her phone in her bag and went to find Dolores. Dolores was in her office with the door open, which was how she spent most mornings. Open door, reading glasses, a cup of tea that was usually the second of the day by the time June arrived. She looked up when June appeared in the doorway and waited, which was Dolores's version of invitation. "She's coming back Thursday," June said. Dolores set her reading glasses down on the desk. She picked up her tea. She drank from it. She set it back down. This whole sequence occupied approximately 4 seconds and communicated, with the economy of long practice, that she was pleased, that she had expected this, and that she intended to say neither of those things. "You'll need more table space," she said. "I know." June leaned against the doorframe. "I was thinking about pulling the Clement Street property files again. There might be more connection to the Marsh estate than what I've already traced. And I need to follow Vera's marriage record properly. The church register only gives me the name, not the witness list or the address. The county recorder's office has the full certificates from that period. You'll need to go in person." "I know. I was going to go this afternoon." Dolores looked at her with the particular steadiness of someone who had been watching June work for 7 years and had developed, over that time, a precise understanding of what June said and what June meant. "How are you feeling about all of this?" It was not a question Dolores asked often. June considered it. "Good," she said. "I think it's going to work." "That's not what I asked." June was quiet for a moment. Outside the window of Dolores's office, the parking lot held 3 cars and a very old oak tree that had been there, according to the Historical Society's records, since at least 1887. She had always found the tree mildly comforting. It had outlasted a great deal. "It's professional," she said. "She's professional. It's going to be fine." Dolores put her reading glasses back on. She said. It was not an unkind It was the of someone who had a very good idea of what was true, and had decided that the other person would arrive there in their own time. June went back to her desk. She spent the morning pulling the Clement Street files, which were extensive in the way that property records for a registered landmark tended to be extensive. Multiple ownership transfers, renovation permits, correspondence with the county historical office about protected status. She was looking for any documentation that might place Vera Hutchins at the address more concretely than the 1920 census, which listed her only as a boarder with no occupation noted. She found in the 1921 property tax records an amendment that listed a secondary tenant in a rear apartment as V. Hutchins, schoolteacher. This was more specific than the census. It placed Vera in the building for at least 1 year after the date on the locket's provenance note. She wrote it down and added it to the timeline she was building. A column of dates, a column of names, a column of what the records showed and what they didn't, with a third column for what she thought and could not yet prove. This last column was longer than she preferred. She worked best with evidence. She worked with inference when she had to, but she liked to know which was which. She went to the county recorder's office at 2 and spent 90 minutes with the marriage certificates from 1924 through 1928. Vera Hutchins married a man named Thomas Vale in June of 1926. The witness to the marriage was listed as M. Hutchins, which June took to be a family member. There was no second witness line. The address given for the bride was the Clement Street property. The address given for the groom was an address in the neighboring county that June did not immediately recognize. She photographed the certificate. She drove back to the Historical Society. She added the details to the timeline and sat with it for a while. Vera had married 2 years after the execution. She had stayed in the same building. She had not gone far. She had stayed close enough, June thought, that she could have walked to the prison if she'd wanted to, and she had stayed there until Thomas Vale's death in 1951, and then she had moved to Clement Street again, a different house on Clement Street, the one that was 2 streets from the prison, and she had lived there until 1967. June looked at the timeline. She looked at the column for what she thought and could not yet prove. She wrote, "She never left." She looked at that for a moment. Then she wrote underneath it, "Why didn't she testify?" She capped her pen. She needed to go to Vera's grave. She had been there once, shortly after she'd found the locket and matched the initials to the tentative name in the census. She had found the stone in the St. Augustine Cemetery records without much difficulty, filed under Vale v. The married name, which had taken June a beat to process, the wrongness of it, the particular invisibility of a woman filed under a name that was not the one the person who loved her would have called her. She had gone on a Tuesday evening after work and stood there for a while. She had not brought anything. She should bring something. She left at 4, which was early by her standards, and stopped at the florist on the way. She had not planned to stop at the florist. She stood in front of the refrigerated display case for a moment, looking at the options, and picked something simple and not ostentatious. Small white flowers, she did not know the name of them, the kind that looked like something from a garden rather than an arrangement. She paid for them and drove to the cemetery. St. Augustine's was the older of Harwick's 2 cemeteries and had the quality of all such places, the particular quiet of ground that had absorbed a great deal of time. She knew where Vera's grave was now and went directly to it. The stone was modest, the lettering worn but legible.
Vera Vale, 1891-1967.
No other.
Inscription.
No beloved wife or cherished mother. Just the name and the dates and a small carved cross that suggested someone had considered the conventional forms and used them without conviction. June set the flowers at the base of the stone. She stood for a while. She had not intended to stay long, but the evening was mild and she found she was not ready to leave, which she recognized as the specific quality of feeling she sometimes got in archives, when a collection had been patient for a very long time and was simply glad to have someone in the room. She thought about Clara. About the letter that began "My darling Vera," which she had not found yet and would not find for several months, though she did not know that. She thought about the locket in its clamshell case, sitting in the archive room with its 2 sets of initials. She thought about Clara in the doorway in 1921, looking at something outside the frame, and about what that something might have been. She did not think not precisely about Priscilla. She thought about the quality of being seen by someone who was paying genuine attention, which was the same thing approached from a different angle. She drove home. She made dinner and ate it. She called her mother back, which was not something she did every evening, but her mother had texted earlier and June had told herself she would call, and wanted to be the kind of person who did the things she said she would do. Her mother asked about the job, as she always asked about the job, and June said it was very interesting, which was truer today than it usually was. She said there was a journalist coming on Thursday. She said the case was moving along. Her mother said, "A journalist? What kind?" "Investigative," June said. "True crime. You'd know the name. Is she nice?" June looked at the window of her apartment, which looked out onto the street rather than the parking lot, which was one of the things she liked about it. "She's very professional," she said. "That's not the same as nice," her mother said, which was the kind of thing her mother said sometimes, the kind of observation that came from underneath the silence, from wherever her mother stored the things she noticed. "No," June said. "It's not. She washed the dishes. She made tea. She sat at the table with the Vera Vale timeline spread out in front of her and went over it one more time, looking for anything she'd missed, and found in the column for what she thought and could not yet prove, that she had written she never left in the confident hand she always used when she was sure of something, and that it still felt true. She added Priscilla arrives Thursday to the top of the next blank page, which was the working page for the week ahead. She looked at it. She crossed out arrives and wrote returns. The word returns felt more accurate for a reason she chose not to examine too carefully. She went to bed at 10, which was early for her. She was not nervous. She was looking forward to Thursday in the disciplined way she allowed herself to look forward to things, with a proportion of hope that felt reasonable and no more than that. She was quite practiced at this proportion. She fell asleep quickly and did not dream about anything she remembered, which was usually a sign that she was, at her core, not particularly troubled. She was fine. Everything was professional and orderly and fine. She did not examine the flowers she had brought to Vera's grave, and the fact that she had stopped at the florist without planning to, and the fact that she had stood there until the light began to change and had not felt the time passing. Some things you gave yourself without auditing them. Some things you were allowed to simply do. Chapter 7 Working Theory. The hotel was on the main street of Harwich, which was a block with a pharmacy, a diner, a hardware store that had been a hardware store for at least 60 years, and a bar that appeared to be a bar in a way that made no particular effort about it. The hotel itself was called the Harwich Inn, which Priscilla found either endearing or slightly alarming and had not yet decided which. The room was clean and had a desk that was the right height, which was the primary criterion. She had told Renata 2 weeks. She had been here 3 hours and she had already unpacked with the particular thoroughness of someone who does not know how long they are actually staying. She arrived at the Historical Society at 8:30, which was before the posted opening time, because she had confirmed with June the previous week that 8:30 was when June herself arrived. She had not confirmed this for professional efficiency. She had confirmed it for professional efficiency. June opened the door with a key and said, "You're on time." "I'm always on time." "I know. I looked it up." She stepped back to let Priscilla through. "I pulled the Clement Street property file this week. And the marriage certificate for Vera. Come see." The archive room had been reorganized since Priscilla's first visit. The Clara Marsh file occupied the center table as before, but it had expanded. 2 additional folders, a second timeline on a fresh legal pad, and a whiteboard on the rolling stand against the far wall that had several columns of dates and notations in June's handwriting, which was neat and moved with some speed. The room smelled the way it had on her first visit, which Priscilla noted as consistent and did not examine further. June set coffee in front of her. It was black. Priscilla drank it. "This is right," she said. "I asked Dolores," June said, without turning around from the whiteboard. "She mentioned you'd been to the office before and declined the cream." Priscilla looked at the back of June's head, at the point where her hair was shortest at the nape of her neck. She looked at the whiteboard instead. They worked through the morning with a kind of methodical momentum that good collaboration produced. Each thread followed to its source, each inference labeled as such, each gap in the record noted with the specific care of people who understood that gaps were evidence too. June had the Clement Street property records, the marriage certificate, the secondary tenant notation from the 1921 tax records. Priscilla had spent the previous 2 weeks reviewing the full Harwich County Court docket from 1923 and 1924, which had given her a clearer picture of the trial court's other cases in that period and, more importantly, of the defense attorney's other cases in that period. Stills had been assigned 3 capital cases in 8 months and had won none of them. "He was overextended," Priscilla said. "Or he was incompetent. Or both. There's a 4th option," June said. "Which is?" "He knew what he was doing and it wasn't defending Clara." Priscilla looked at her. "You think he was bought?" "I think someone had a strong interest in this case resolving quickly and in one direction." June turned from the whiteboard. She had a marker in one hand and the expression of someone who had been sitting with a theory, and was finally ready to say it to another person. "Doyle was at the house that night. The trial record doesn't mention him. The defense attorney doesn't ask about him. The newspaper coverage doesn't mention him. That's 3 independent omissions, and it takes a certain amount of effort to have 3 independent omissions be coincidental. It also takes a certain amount of evidence to show they weren't." "I know." June set the marker down on the whiteboard tray. That's why you're here. They worked through lunch without noticing it was lunch, which Priscilla registered at 2 o'clock when she looked up and found that the coffee had gone cold. She made a note of the time not because she was hungry but because she understood that losing track of time was information. She had not lost track of time while working in some while. She made a note of that too internally and moved on. At 3, they laid out what they had. A timeline of events from October 1923 through April 1924 that placed Doyle in financial dispute with Harold Marsh from at least October, placed Doyle at the property on the evening of November 3 per the ledger entry, and established that Clara's defense had made no attempt to surface this information or to locate and call a single alibi witness. This last detail was the one Priscilla kept returning to. Not just that the defense hadn't found Doyle, that it hadn't called anyone. Not one witness in Clara's defense. She didn't give them one, June said, reading the same place in the transcript Priscilla was reading. Look at the notes section. She refused to cooperate with the defense preparation. Her attorney noted it. Priscilla read the notation. It was terse. Defendant declining to provide witness names or character references. She sat with the words. She was protecting someone, she said. Not a question. She was protecting someone, June said. She wrote it on the whiteboard in its own column, separate from the evidence, in the column marked working theory. They both looked at it. It was a sentence that reframed everything that had come before it. Not a wrongful conviction by accident or negligence, but a wrongful conviction by choice. Clara had gone to her death choosing not to be defended. Why would she choose this? Priscilla said. It was not quite a question. Because the alternative cost more, June said. The archive room was quiet. Outside the window, the parking lot held Priscilla's gray sedan and June's red hatchback, which Priscilla had noted on her first visit and was noting again now as the kind of detail that did not require noting. The afternoon light was moving in the way of late October, which was the quality of light that came through northern windows at that angle, and made everything look slightly more considered than usual. Priscilla opened her notebook and turned to a clean page. She wrote. She knew who did it. She said nothing. Why? She looked at the question for a long time. She did not write the answer. She could feel the answer. The answer was sitting 2 feet away from her, wearing a scarf in an extremely specific shade of green, running one hand through her hair while reading the trial transcript's margin notes with the focused care of someone who had never once been embarrassed by caring about things. The answer was in the locket with its 2 sets of initials. The answer was in the marriage register from 1926, in the name Vera Vale, filed under a husband's name in a church she had presumably not chosen for any particular devotion. She knew why. She just wasn't ready to write it yet. I'll be in the hotel this evening, she said, going through the Doyle tax records. If you find anything else in the property files, I'd like to know. I'll email you, June said, which was in its own way funny, and June seemed to know it was funny because the corner of her mouth moved. Don't send 17 of them. June laughed. It was a loud laugh, unguarded, the kind that arrived before the person had a chance to manage it. Priscilla, who had not made a joke in a professional context in longer than she could immediately calculate, found herself entirely unprepared for what it did to the quality of the room. She looked back at her notebook. She had written, in the margin beside the unanswered question, without knowing she was doing it, 11 days. She didn't know why she'd written that. She looked at it. She didn't cross it out. She went back to the hotel at 6 and ordered room service and ate it at the desk while reading Doyle's business records, which she had requested from the county and received as a PDF 3 days ago and had been deferring. She read for 3 hours. She found in the records for A. Doyle Mercantile from 1921 through 1924, a pattern of debt that tracked precisely. Doyle had borrowed against the business twice in 1921, again in 1923, and had been in active dispute with at least 4 creditors in the autumn before the murder, of whom Harold Marsh was one. The debt settlement recorded in the ledger entry, the one that placed Doyle at the Marsh house on the night of the murder, was the largest single amount in the records by a factor of 3. She opened her notebook to a new page and wrote, Doyle needed that money. Harold said no. Doyle came to settle it himself. Below that, how did Clara know? Below that, she was there. She stared at this last line. It was a working theory. It was not evidence. But it had the particular quality of the thing that would eventually have evidence, and she had learned to trust that quality after long enough in this work. She closed the notebook at 11:30. She showered and got into the hotel bed, which was the kind of bed that was perfectly acceptable and entirely without character, and lay in the dark looking at the ceiling, which was the same. She thought about the question in her notebook, the one she'd written in the archive room. She knew who did it. She said nothing. Why? She thought about it for a while. She turned out the light. In the dark, she thought about Clara in the doorway in 1921, looking at something outside the frame with an expression that knew exactly what it wasn't saying, and she thought about the word in the margin of her notebook, 11 days, written in her own hand for no reason she had examined. She fell asleep with the question still open. That was all right. Some questions needed time in the dark. Chapter 8: What Vera Knew. June found Vera on a Thursday morning, in a way that felt less like finding and more like Vera finally agreeing to be found. The marriage certificate had given her the full name, Vera Hutchins Vale. She had the address for the Clement Street boarding house, the 1921 tax record listing her as a schoolteacher, and the 1920 census entry that was so sparse it barely constituted a presence. What she had been missing was documentation that placed Vera in any kind of relationship with Clara Marsh other than geographical proximity. She found it in the school records. The Harwick School District had maintained attendance registers from 1912 through 1940, which the Historical Society held in a collection donated by the district offices during a building renovation in 1992. June had scanned the collection years ago and built a basic index but had never had a reason to search it with Vera Hutchins's name. She searched it now. Vera Hutchins appeared as a teacher at the Harwick Township Elementary School from September 1919 through October 1923. The last attendance register entry for her name was dated October 31, 1923, 4 days before Harold Marsh was killed. Below the last entry in a different hand, resigned. No further notation. June sat with this for a moment. Vera had stopped teaching 4 days before the murder. She had resigned, not been dismissed. The word resigned, without explanation, in a school attendance register from 1923, was not by itself evidence of anything. But the timing, 4 days before a man was killed, 2 days before Clara hid the locket and the note in the wall of Vera's building, had the specific shape of things that happened because other things had already started happening. She photographed the entry and added it to the timeline. Then she went back to the marriage certificate and looked more carefully at the address given for the groom. Thomas Vale's address was in Aldwick County, which was the neighboring county to the east, about 40 miles from Harwick. She had not done any research in Aldwick County because she had not had a reason to. She now spent 40 minutes with the Aldwick County records that were accessible through the State Archive portal and found Thomas Vale in the 1925 directory. A schoolteacher, age 34, residing in Aldwick Township. She sat back. Vera Hutchins had married a schoolteacher from a neighboring county she had presumably met through professional channels. She had married him in June of 1926, 15 months after Clara Marsh was executed. She had kept, through the marriage, the same first name. She had changed everything else. She added the details to the timeline. She made herself a fresh cup of coffee and brought it back to the table and looked at the whole document from the beginning. The financial records, the ledger entry placing Doyle at the house, the school resignation, the locket, the marriage, and finally the 1967 death record that placed Vera, by then widowed. The death record noted Thomas Vale had died in 1951, at an address on Clement Street, 2 streets from the prison. June had done this arithmetic before in the abstract, but she had not done it with this much surrounding context. Now, with the school record and the marriage date and the final address all laid out in sequence, the arithmetic felt different. Vera had left teaching when Clara's situation became too dangerous. She had married a man from a neighboring county and moved away. And then when Thomas died and there was nothing keeping her at a distance, she had come back. She had come back to Clement Street, to the street where she had lived when she knew Clara, 2 streets from where Clara had been held before her execution. She had spent the last 16 years of her life 2 streets from the prison. June put both hands flat on the table. She did not move for a moment. She looked at the timeline with the particular attention she gave to things that had weight. She printed 2 copies of the full document, labeled them both with the date and the case reference number, and went upstairs. Priscilla was at the secondary research desk they'd set up for her in the reference room, which was not as good as the archive room but had a window, which Priscilla had noted on her second day as preferable for long hours. She had a legal pad covered in her careful handwriting and was looking at something on her laptop with the expression she wore when she was cross-referencing. A specific quality of sustained attention that was recognizable to June now after 11 days of working in the same building. "Come see this," June said. Priscilla got up and followed her back to the archive room. June spread the printed timeline on the examination table, and Priscilla stood on the opposite side and read it from the top. June watched her read it and said nothing. Priscilla got to the school record. She went still. "She resigned 4 days before," she said. "Yes." Priscilla read further. She got to the final address. She went still in the different way, the deeper way, that June had now catalogued as meaning something was arriving at a level below the professional. "She spent the rest of her life 2 streets away," she said. Very quietly. Almost to herself. "I know," June said. Neither of them said anything after that for a while. It was not an uncomfortable silence. It was the silence of 2 people in the presence of something true that was large enough to require time. June had experienced this kind before, in archives, when a document surfaced that recontextualized everything around it. She had not experienced it with another person present, not like this, not with the specific weight of shared recognition. Priscilla moved, finally, to the whiteboard. She picked up the marker June had left in the tray and added to the timeline column. Vera Hutchins resigns teaching October 31, 1923. Vera Hutchins marries T. Vale June 1926, Aldwick County. Final address: Clement Street, 1951 to 1967. She wrote the last line separately below the column. She came back. She set the marker down. She looked at the board. "The letter," she said. "What letter?" "There should be a letter." Priscilla was not looking at her. She was looking at the board with the expression of someone whose narrative instincts were doing work she was not fully controlling. "You don't hide a locket. You don't say goodbye to an object. Clara put that locket in the wall because it was Vera's, or it was theirs, and she needed it to be somewhere Vera could, theoretically, find it someday. If Vera came back for it." She stopped. "Did Vera ever come back to the Clement Street building?" "I don't know," June said. "The building changed hands twice between 1924 and the renovation. I don't have tenant records that granular. But Vera came back to Clement Street in 1951. The address in the death record. Is it the same building?" June looked at the timeline. She had not checked this. She looked at the Clement Street building's property records and the 1967 death record address and compared them. They were different. The death record gave a number that was, she confirmed against the county property map, for houses east. "Different building," she said. "Same street." Priscilla looked at her. There was something in her expression that June recognized as the journalist's version of the feeling she herself got in archives, the particular feeling of a trail going warm. There should be correspondence. Clara had 10 days between the night Harold was killed and when she was taken into custody. She hid the locket. She might have written a letter. "I've been through the correspondence folder in the main file," June said. "There's nothing personal in it. Household bills, one letter from a cousin in Ohio, a note from Harold's business regarding an order. What about the miscellaneous estate collection? The building renovation? What else was in the tin box with the locket?" June looked at her own notes from 2018, which she had pulled when she first found the locket. The accession record listed: 1 gold-plated locket, 1 handwritten note, provenance, 2 small photographs, unidentified subjects, believed estate family members, and 1 folded document, contents unclear, paper degraded. She looked up. "There was a folded document," she said. "I logged it as degraded. I didn't open it." Priscilla said. "Where is it?" It was in the secondary storage cabinet, in the accessioned items box for the Clement Street renovation collection, which June retrieved from the cabinet with both hands and set on the table with the particular care she gave to things that had been waiting a long time. She opened the box. She found the folded document in its individual sleeve, exactly as she had logged it in 2018. A folded piece of paper, the fold lines darkened with age, the paper the color of old teeth. She looked at it. She looked at Priscilla. "Do you want to open it?" Priscilla said. June thought about this for exactly 1 second. "No," she said. I want to open it correctly. She retrieved the humidity chamber from the conservation shelf, which was the tool for carefully relaxing aged paper folds without cracking the fibers. It'll take about an hour, she said. I need to do this right. Priscilla sat down. An hour was not a short time in a small archive room. June worked steadily and with concentration, narrating to herself as she always did when she was doing conservation work, and Priscilla sat at the secondary table with her legal pad and wrote things that June could not read from across the room but that were clearly being written with more than usual attention. At one point June looked up and found Priscilla looking at her hands, at the way she was handling the folded paper, with an expression that disappeared very quickly when she became aware of June's gaze. They did not talk. The ventilation system moved air over them. The afternoon progressed. At just after 4 o'clock, June unfolded the last edge of the document and smoothed it gently flat. It was not a letter. It was part of a letter. The top portion was missing, torn away or deteriorated, it was impossible to say. What remained began mid-sentence. Cannot tell you what I intended to say when I started this, because I have started it so many times that the beginning feels like a country I can no longer see from where I am standing. What I can tell you is this. June read it. She read it again. Priscilla, she said. Priscilla came to stand beside her. They read it together. It was not long. The remaining portion was perhaps 8 lines, written in a compressed, careful hand, but it had the quality of something that had survived for 100 years by being too true to let go of itself. What I can tell you is this. He came to the house. I was alone when he came. I was alone and I told him you had gone, and I would have told him anything, but I should not have been alone in that house with him and I should not have said your name at all. I did not know what he would do with it. I know now. I am sorry for that. I am only sorry for that. Everything else I am not sorry for. And if you are reading this, I need you to understand that the everything else is so large that the sorry is a very small country inside it. If you are reading this, then I found a way to give it to you. If you are reading this, then you know where. That was where it ended. June stood very still with her hands flat on either side of the document. She said his name, Priscilla said. Not to June. To the room. She told Doyle that Vera had gone, June said. She was protecting her. But she used Vera's name. Doyle knew about them. That's what he used, Priscilla said. That's why she said nothing in the trial. He had the letters. He told her he would make sure they were found. They stood on opposite sides of the document. The late afternoon light was coming through the archive room window at the angle that made everything look considered. June was aware of her hands, of the document between them, of the particular quality of the silence that followed a discovery. Not the silence of absence but the silence of arrival. This isn't the whole letter, she said. There's more. The beginning is gone. We can look for it. Priscilla's voice was very quiet. The former Marsh house. The building records. Was it ever renovated? After 1924. Yes, June said. She already knew this. She had flagged the Marsh house property in her early research as a registered landmark undergoing ongoing renovation. They're still in process. There was an exterior section that was postponed because of permit delays. Priscilla looked at the partial letter. She looked at June. Then the beginning might still be in the wall, she said. June looked back down at the fragment. 8 lines, 100 years, and a sentence that had been waiting to finish itself. If you are reading this, then you know where. She did know where. She had known since she was 12 years old that when something was hidden in a wall, the wall was where you went. Chapter 9 on background. Renata called on Wednesday afternoon from New York while Priscilla was in the hotel room reviewing Doyle's tax records for the 3rd time. You've been there 11 days, Renata said. The case is complex. Renata said. There was no arguing with Renata's It occupied the space between a statement and a question in a way that made response difficult, because it had no explicit content to dispute. Priscilla had been on the receiving end of it for 7 years, and had never found a satisfying counter. I need another week, Priscilla said. Maybe 2. Your segment on the Riverside case airs Thursday. I know when my segment airs. The network wants a development call before the end of the month. Schedule it for the week after next. I'll do it remotely. A pause. Not a Renata pause which had architecture. This was the plain kind where something was being decided. The Harwick archivist, Renata said. She's good. She's extremely good. Renata said again, but this one was different. This one had a quality of arriving at a conclusion. It's the case, Priscilla said. The case is complex. I know, Renata said. I'll schedule the development call. She hung up. Priscilla set the phone on the desk and looked at it for a moment. Then she looked at the tax records, and then she looked out the window at the main street of Harwick, where the afternoon was doing the specific things a November afternoon did in a small city in upstate New York. Low light, the suggestion of cold that would arrive fully in the next few weeks, a handful of people going between shops with the brisk purposefulness of people who had always lived somewhere and knew its rhythms. She had not planned to stay past the first week. She had planned the first week as a research trip and the second as contingency. She was now in the middle of the third week, which was not something she had planned, and she was aware of not having planned it in the way you were aware of a thing you were doing without exactly deciding to do it. She went downstairs and walked to the Historical Society. June was still in the archive room at 4:30, which Priscilla had come to understand was simply where June was most of the time, and which no longer required explanation. She was at the secondary table with a different set of documents spread around her. This was the Clement Street property chain, which she'd been building out through the week, and she looked up when Priscilla came in with the expression of someone who had been so absorbed in something that the present moment required a moment to re-enter. I thought you were in the hotel today. I was. I needed to stretch my legs. The diner across the street has very good pie, June said. That's a real recommendation, not politeness. Have you eaten? June looked at the table. It's 4:30. That means no. It means I haven't gotten there yet. Priscilla went to the small room adjacent to the archive that served as a staff kitchen and found a reasonable collection of options and made 2 cups of tea and brought them back. June accepted hers without looking up from the document she was reading and then looked up, because the tea was exactly what she would have made herself. How do you know how I take it? You made it in front of me twice, Priscilla said. I noticed. June looked at her over the rim of the mug. It was a brief look, the kind that moved quickly, but there was something in it that didn't move quickly, and Priscilla catalogued it and said, The property chain. What have you found? June brought her up to date on what she'd been building through the week, the ownership transfers for both the Clement Street property and the former Marsh house, the renovation permits for the latter, the current status of the work. The permit delays Priscilla had already known about had extended through the autumn. The exterior section remained unopened. The permits for the remaining section had finally cleared. Work was expected to resume in the new year. So whatever is in the wall, Priscilla said, stays in the wall until January at the earliest. Unless we can make a case to the renovation contractor and the county historical office to expedite an inspection. June set both hands flat on the table. Which I've been thinking about. The partial fragment we found in the Clement Street collection. It's authenticated now. I sent it to the paper specialist last week. It's consistent with the 1920s in composition. If I write up the archival case for expediting the inspection, and if you attach the case to the broadcast project, the county might move faster. They might also move slower if they feel like they're being managed. True. June considered this. I know the director of the county historical office. She'd prefer to be asked directly rather than officially. Priscilla looked at her. You want to call in a professional favor. I want to call a colleague. She's a colleague. June's expression had the quality of mild, specific amusement that Priscilla had come to recognize as June finding something funny that she was not going to explain. Not everything is a transaction. Priscilla said nothing. This was, she was aware, a small correction, and it had landed without malice and without the force of reproach. It landed the way June's corrections tended to land, as the provision of additional information, accurate information, offered without performance. She noted it. They stayed until 5:30, which became 6 when June said she was going to finish the property chain and Priscilla said she would stay and review the Doyle tax records with the additional context they'd been building, which was more useful than reviewing them alone in the hotel room. At 6, June said the diner across the street stayed open until 9 and she was going in the direction of dinner, and Priscilla, who had eaten room service for 11 consecutive evenings, said she would come. The diner was the kind of place that had been in Harwick longer than most of the people currently living there. It had a counter and 6 booths and a menu that had been the same menu, June informed her, since at least 1974, with 2 editions in 1989. June ordered with the ease of someone who knew exactly what she wanted before she arrived, and Priscilla looked at the menu and felt the unfamiliar sensation of not having researched anything. "What's good?" she said. June looked at her over the laminated menu. "The turkey club and the apple pie," she said. "In that order. The soup is good if it's Thursday." "It's not Thursday." Priscilla ordered the turkey club. The food arrived and they ate. This was different from their working lunches, which were not lunches in the conventional sense but rather eating while continuing to work, the food incidental to the thinking. This was different. A table with nothing on it except plates and coffee cups, the menu pushed aside, no documents. It required a different kind of conversation. June managed this naturally, as she managed most things, by being genuinely interested in whatever was present. She asked Priscilla about the Riverside case, which was the one airing Thursday, and listened with the actual quality of attention that Priscilla was still, after 3 weeks, slightly disarmed by. Most people listen to her work in order to ask a follow-up question. June listened to understand it. "How long was that case?" June said. 14 months. Start to finish. "Do they all take that long?" "The good ones do." Priscilla drank her coffee. It was diner coffee, which was a specific category of coffee reliably itself. "The ones that are already mostly solved when I arrive take 6 weeks, and leave me feeling like I've done a very expensive summary." "What's the difference?" "In how it feels. Whether there's still a question." She considered how to say the next part. "The cases that matter to me are the ones where the question is still genuinely open, where I don't know what the answer is until I find it. That's rarer than people think." June had both elbows on the table and her chin in one hand, listening with her full face, which was not a posture Priscilla was accustomed to. Most of her professional conversations were conducted with some degree of lateral attention, the other person also thinking about something else, managing several threats simultaneously, present in the partial way of people for whom attention was a resource to be rationed. June rationed nothing. "How did you get into it?" June said. "True crime journalism specifically. I had a professor in graduate school who covered the Innocence Project cases," Priscilla said. "He was very good. Very rigorous about the difference between storytelling and truth-telling. I wanted to learn that distinction and I found I was good at it." This was the answer she always gave. It was true. It was not the full truth. June asked, "What's the scar from?" Priscilla looked at her. "What?" "The one through your eyebrow." June's expression was simply curious. No performance, no calculation. "I keep noticing it and then not asking."
Y figúrate de ask.
No one had asked. Not in 11 years of on-camera work. Not in the countless green rooms and production meetings and professional introductions. The scar was small and unremarkable, and apparently invisible to everyone who had looked at her on camera for a decade. She had privately catalogued this as a mild irony. The thing most visibly present was the thing no one saw. "Car door," she said. "Age 9. Parking lot. My father opened it at exactly the wrong moment." "Did it hurt a lot?" "Briefly. Then it was fine." "He must have felt terrible." "He did," Priscilla said. "He apologized for years." "That sounds like it might have been harder than the original injury." Priscilla looked at her. It was, she thought. It had been. Her father's sustained guilt over a small accidental harm had always been harder to hold than the injury itself, which had healed cleanly and left a small diagonal trace and nothing else. The guilt had been harder to argue with, and she had been 9 and did not know yet how to tell someone that the caring was welcome but the guilt was not necessary, that the wound had closed and they could let it. "Yes," she said. "Actually." June nodded. She had the quality of receiving information and placing it accurately, not analyzing it visibly, not making it into a production, just taking it in. Priscilla sat with the sensation of having said something moderately personal, and not feeling the need to take it back. "What about you?" she said.
Archive.
June smiled. The smile arrived a half-beat after her eyes, the way it always did. "My grandmother's house," she said. "She kept everything. Receipts, letters, documents from the Philippines before my family immigrated. I went through all of it when she died. I was 16. It felt like the most important thing I had ever done." She looked at the coffee cup. "I liked that the documents existed." That someone had kept them. That they survived. A pause. I've been trying to pay that forward ever since. The diner was not empty. There were 3 other tables occupied. A family with a child who was quietly disintegrating in the way of overtired children. 2 older men at the counter talking about something with a good deal of animated disagreement. The radio over the kitchen door played something oldish and quiet. It was an ordinary evening and Priscilla was aware of being present in it in a way she was not, ordinarily, present in ordinary evenings. They walked back to the Historical Society parking lot in the dark, because it was where Priscilla had left her car. The air had the cold-adjacent quality she'd been noticing for a week. Not quite cold yet, the first warning before it arrived. She had her hands in her pockets and June walked beside her with the unhurried quality of someone comfortable in the place they were in. "Thank you for the dinner recommendation," Priscilla said at the car. "It was the same recommendation I give everyone," June said, which was probably true and was also, Priscilla thought, said with a quality of being slightly untrue. She did not examine this. She drove back to the hotel with the window down 3 inches, which was several degrees colder than was comfortable. She drove with it down anyway. The cold moved through the car and she let it. In the hotel room she took out her notebook. She looked at the margin note from the archive room, the one that said 11 days in her own handwriting. She looked at it for a while. She did not cross it out. She closed the notebook and went to sleep. Chapter 10: The Man Named Doyle. June found the document on a Tuesday. She had been in the county clerk's archive for 3 hours, which was not unusual for a day when she was doing primary research, and she had been working with the patient she brought to all primary research, methodical, non-inferential, resisting the temptation to go toward the things she expected to find instead of the things that were actually there. She had requested the business records for A. Doyle Mercantile from the county clerk's collection, which was organized by business name and by year, and she had been going through the folders one at a time in the sequence in which they had been stored, which was approximately but not perfectly chronological in the way of county archives that had been organized by more than one archivist over more than 80 years. The folder was labeled A. Doyle Merc. /1923/miscellaneous or. It contained 4 letters and a secondary document that had been misfiled at the back of the folder, behind the letters, pressed against the cardboard back in the way of something that had been placed there separately and forgotten or deliberately kept out of sequence. She recognized it immediately. She had read enough documents from 1923 to know the paper and ink, and she knew Harold Marsh's ledger notation style from the files she'd been working with for months. She held it up and looked at it in the reading room's overhead light and felt the particular calm that arrived when evidence confirmed what the evidence had been pointing toward. Not surprise, but the satisfaction of a shape completing itself. It was a secondary ledger entry for the A. Doyle Mercantile account, in Harold Marsh's hand, dated October 28, 1923, 6 days before the murder. It recorded the disputed debt in full, the amount, the nature of the original loan, and a notation in the margin that read, "Refused." Final notice issued. Refused. Harold had refused to settle the debt. And beneath that, in a different ink that suggested it had been added later, Doyle called at shop. Informed he would come to house if necessary. She photographed it. She photographed it again. She checked the catalog number of the folder and wrote it down twice, in 2 separate places in her notebook, the way she always documented discoveries she expected to use as evidence. Then she sat in the reading room chair for one quiet moment, both hands flat on the table, the way she sat when she had decided something. She called Priscilla. Priscilla answered on the second ring, which was notable only because it was 9:30 in the morning and Priscilla was, by her own description, in the middle of reviewing the court docket record she'd requested from the state archive. "I'm at the county clerk," June said. "You need to come." A pause. "Now. The Doyle records. There's a misfiled secondary ledger entry." Harold noted that Doyle threatened to come to the house. The pause this time was different. June could hear the quality of it, the particular silence of a person whose thinking had just accelerated. "I'll be there in 20 minutes, Priscilla said. She was there in 18. June walked her through it at the reading room table, the document in its sleeve on the surface between them. She explained the misfiling, the folder, the placement, the way it had been separated from the main sequence, and Priscilla asked the right questions fast, the questions that followed the evidence precisely. "What's the date relative to the ledger entry we already have?" What's the relationship between this notation and the financial records Priscilla had been reviewing from the Doyle business accounts? Was there anything else in the miscellaneous correspondence folder? One more letter, June said. Between Doyle and a third-party creditor. It corroborates the debt pressure. He was running out of time. Priscilla looked at the document for a long moment. She was doing the thing she did when she was processing at depth. Very still, the slight movement of her eyes the only indication of active thought. Harold told him no, she said. 6 days before the murder. And noted that Doyle had threatened a personal visit. And then Doyle came to the house on November 3rd. And Clara was there. Priscilla looked up. She was there and she saw it. She was there and she used Vera's name, June said. Which is what the fragment says. She told him Vera had gone. She gave Doyle Vera's name in a context where he could use it. And when Harold turned up dead that same evening, and the police came to the house the next morning, Doyle already knew something that Clara couldn't let come out, June said. He knew about Vera. He came back and told her. Stay quiet or I'll make sure everyone knows. The reading room was quiet. It smelled the way county clerk offices smelled, which was dust and paper and the specific institutional neutrality of record-keeping. A ceiling fan moved slowly overhead, entirely unnecessary in November, but present. June watched Priscilla's face and saw the moment that the narrative locked into place, which was a specific expression she was coming to recognize. A slight release of tension around the eyes, as though something that had been held had been set down. This is the case, Priscilla said. This has always been the case, June said. We just needed the document. They stayed another hour, photographing the full folder and cross-referencing everything against the files they had. When they left the county clerk's building, the November air met them at the door with its particular intention, and June pulled her jacket closed and felt the specific satisfaction of a trail that had been cold for 100 years going fully irreversibly warm. Priscilla called Simone Okafor from the parking lot. June had not spoken directly with Simone before. She knew the name, Simone Okafor, wrongful conviction attorney, who had been working the Clara Marsh case for 3 years before June's emails reached Priscilla, who had been pursuing the case through a different archival channel that had not surfaced the Doyle connection. June had emailed her twice with document updates and received responses that were brief, formally appreciative, and extremely competent. Priscilla said, Simone, I'm in Harwick. We have a misfiled secondary ledger entry from October 1923 placing Doyle in active debt dispute with Harold Marsh and documenting a threat to come to the house. And we have a partial letter fragment from Clara that corroborates direct contact between Doyle and Clara on the night of the murder. A pause. The misfiled document's catalog number is. She looked at June. June read it from her notebook. Priscilla repeated it into the phone. Another pause longer. Yes, she said. I know it does. She hung up. She looked at June. Simone wants to see the full documentation. Can you send a compiled packet today? I'll have it to her by 3, June said. She said. Priscilla stopped. She had a slight expression June couldn't immediately classify. She said your archival work on this case is extremely good. She'll be citing you formally in the case record. June said thank you. It came out slightly quieter than she intended, which was what happened when a compliment arrived from a source that carried weight. Not a friend's encouragement or a colleague's routine approval, but the specific kind of professional recognition that meant someone had looked at the work itself and found it sufficient. She took a moment to receive it properly. She noticed that Priscilla, who was looking at her phone, wrote something in her notebook. She did not crane to see what it was. She did not ask. She understood later, reviewing her own notes at the end of the day, that this was one of the things she did. She did not ask. She had learned to not ask for the confirmation of things she wanted to be true, because the asking felt like reaching and reaching felt like risk. She had learned to wait instead. She had learned to take the portion that was offered and carry it carefully. She made the compiled packet for Simone. She sent it at 2:47. She emailed Priscilla the tracking confirmation with a note. Simone has the full documentation as of 2:47 p.m. Misfiled document is accession number 1923 Doyle Misc 004 in the Harwick County Clerk Collection. I flagged it to the clerk's office as a significant historical record so it won't be remisfiled. The response came 8 minutes later. Good. I'll call Simone tomorrow morning. Can you be available for a three-way call at 10? June looked at her phone. She looked at the word available. She wrote back yes. She looked at the calendar on her wall, which was a real paper calendar with the months printed in large boxes, and wrote Simone call, 10 a.m. on Thursday's box in red pen, and then sat for a moment looking at the calendar, at all the boxes leading up to Thursday, at the way the days had accumulated since October when she'd first written Priscilla Voss in her personal research log as a last attempt before dropping the case entirely. She had not dropped the case. She had not been wrong. She did not think, sitting at her desk with the afternoon light moving across the calendar and the succulent on the windowsill in its steady recovery and the photograph of herself and Dolores slightly blurred with laughing, that she had ever been wrong about this case. She thought, with the small and contained quality she allowed herself, that she might not have been wrong about some other things either. She capped her pen. She went back to work. Chapter 11. Marcus comes to Harwick. Marcus arrived on a Wednesday, which he had not announced until Tuesday evening in a text that read, "Coming to Harwick tomorrow, need to walk through the broadcast structure in person. Also I want to see this archive you keep not describing." He had added a smiling face emoji at the end, which was typical of Marcus, who used emoji the way other people use punctuation, frequently and without apparent self-consciousness. Priscilla read the text at 10 at night and replied, "Fine. 9 a.m. Don't be late." He was 20 minutes late. She was in the archive room when he arrived, reviewing the compiled Doyle documentation with the methodical patience of someone who had read it 4 times already, and was reading it a 5th because the 5th time always showed her something the 4th had not. She heard his voice in the front hall, the particular carrying quality of Marcus's voice when he was charming his way through a new space, which he did automatically and without calculation, the way some people breathed. June's voice answered. June's voice, in response to someone who was being immediately and openly warm with her, had a specific register Priscilla had come to know, the easy reciprocal warmth of a person who saw no reason to guard it. She could hear them through the archive room door, which was open. She did not go out. She went back to the Doyle documentation. Marcus appeared in the doorway 30 seconds later with June beside him, and the expression of someone who had just been given a very good present. "This place is great," he said to Priscilla. "Have you seen the catalog system? She built a whole relational index for the landmark properties." "I know," Priscilla said. "I've been using it for 3 weeks." "Right." He looked around the archive room with the unguarded curiosity he brought to everything. The rolling whiteboard with its columns of dates, the Clara Marsh file laid open on the examination table, the secondary table where Priscilla's legal pads had accumulated. He pointed at the whiteboard. "Is that the full timeline?" "Working version," June said. "It gets updated." Marcus crossed to the whiteboard and read it with his hands in his pockets, head tilting slightly as he moved along the columns. "Okay," he said after a moment. "Okay. This is the broadcast structure right here, isn't it? The Doyle column is the external case. The Vera column is the interior case. The execution date is the act break." Priscilla watched him. He was not wrong. He was very frequently not wrong about structure, which was one of the things she genuinely valued about working with him and found in this particular moment slightly irritating to acknowledge. "It needs the letter," she said. "The fragment we have isn't enough for a broadcast arc. We need the beginning." "You think it's in the Marsh house?" "June thinks it's in the Marsh house." Marcus turned to look at June, who had gone to the secondary table and was going through a folder with the steady attention she gave everything. "What makes you sure it's there?" he said. Not challenging. Actually curious. June looked up. "The fragment says if you are reading this then you know where." The locket's provenance note was placed in the Clement Street building, which was Vera's address. The letter, whatever's left of it, would have been placed somewhere Clara knew Vera would look. Somewhere personal to both of them. She paused. The Clement Street building was where Vera lived. The Marsh house was where Clara lived. Clara would have put something in both places. One for Vera to find. One to keep. Marcus was quiet for a moment. Priscilla watched him process this with the openness he always brought to information that reoriented his understanding. "So the locket was for Vera," he said. "And the letter was Clara's. She kept it." "She kept the beginning," June said. "The ending, the fragment we have, was the part she meant to give." The part she kept was the part she couldn't. The archive room was quiet. Outside, November was doing the thing it had been doing all week, threatening rain without delivering it. The sky the specific gray of intention. Marcus looked at the whiteboard again. Priscilla looked at June, who was looking at the Clement Street property map she had spread open on the secondary table, both hands flat on either side of it, and was not looking at either of them. "I like her," Marcus said to Priscilla, which was a thing he apparently said out loud and without hesitation, while June was 3 feet away. "I can hear you," June said without looking up. "I know," Marcus said. "That's why I set it at normal volume." He grinned. June looked up and caught the grin, and something in her expression shifted in the way Priscilla had come to recognize as June finding something genuinely funny, the precursor to the laugh that arrived loud and without management. She did not laugh quite yet. She looked back at the map. They went through the broadcast structure over the next 2 hours in the way Priscilla and Marcus worked best. Him proposing, her refining, both of them following a thread until it either held or it didn't. June participated when the questions touched the archival record and stayed quiet the rest of the time, which was not the quiet of exclusion but the specific quiet of someone who understood which parts of a conversation belonged to them and which parts did not, and was comfortable with the distinction. Priscilla noticed this. She noticed it in the way she noticed most things about June, first as data, and then as something she did not immediately classify. At 12:30, Marcus said he needed to eat and looked at June and said, "The best lunch place in Harwick." Your recommendation. Not the professional courtesy answer, the real answer. June put down her pen. She thought for approximately 2 seconds. "The diner across the street," she said. "Turkey Club. And if you want something warm, the soup is good today because it's Wednesday." "How do you know what day it is when the soup is good?" "The cook works Wednesdays and Thursdays," June said. "She has a different approach to the base." Marcus looked at Priscilla with an expression that said, clearly, that he found this information extremely charming. Priscilla looked at the Doyle documentation. "I was going to keep working through lunch," she said. "The documentation will be here after lunch," June said, which was the same thing she said every time Priscilla tried to work through lunch, in the same tone. Not insistent, just accurate. They went to the diner. Marcus ordered the soup and the Turkey Club on June's instruction and ate with the particular appreciation of someone who had expected diner food and received something better. He asked June questions about archival work with the direct, unaffected curiosity that was his most disarming quality. Not interview questions, not research questions, but the questions of someone who was genuinely interested in how another person spent their time and thought it mattered. He asked about the landmark designation process. He asked about the legal framework for posthumous exoneration. He asked at one point about the succulent on her desk, because he had noticed it on his way through the archive room and wanted to know what it was. "It was nearly dead when I found it," June said. "Someone left it in the break room. I've been nursing it back for 8 months. "What kind of succulent?" "I don't actually know," June said, which made Marcus laugh in the unguarded way he laughed, and June laughed back. And the sound of the two of them laughing carried across the diner with the ease of two people who had known each other for 30 seconds and found each other immediately comprehensible. Priscilla ate her Turkey Club. She was not jealous. She was clear enough about her own interior that she could be accurate about this. What she felt, watching Marcus be immediately, uncomplicated delighted by June, was not jealousy. It was something more uncomfortable. It was the specific discomfort of watching someone do, easily and without apparent cost, the thing she could not let herself do, with the person she could not stop wanting to do it with. Marcus was sitting across from June and asking her about a plant and laughing at the answer, and there was nothing in him that needed to manage the wanting, nothing that was cataloging the risk, nothing that was running the calculation of what exposure cost. She watched his ease. She watched June's ease in return. She looked at her sandwich. On the walk back to the Historical Society, Marcus fell in beside her while June was unlocking the front door, and he said quietly, in the tone he used when he had decided to say a thing, "She's great. How long have you two been?" "We're colleagues," Priscilla said. Marcus said, "Right." 1 syllable. The weight of Renata's with the different shape. He did not say anything else. He held the door for June when she got it open and followed her inside with a warmth that was entirely natural to him and cost him nothing, and Priscilla came in behind them and went back to the archive room and sat down at the examination table and looked at the Doyle documentation and was very still for a moment. She was aware of what she was doing. She had always been aware of what she was doing. Awareness had never, not once, been the problem. She opened her notebook. She looked at the margin note that said 11 days, still there from the first week uncrossed. She turned to a fresh page. She wrote at the top in the careful hand she used when she was trying to think clearly. What is the cost of the true answer? She looked at that for a long moment. She did not write what she was going to write beneath it. She heard Marcus in the reference room next door, talking to June about something she couldn't quite hear, and June's answer, and then the sound of June's laugh again, open and immediate, a sound that arrived in the room like weather. She closed the notebook. She went back to work. At 4, Marcus came to find her to say he was driving back to the city. He stood in the doorway of the archive room with his jacket over one arm, the expression of someone who had spent the day well and knew it. The broadcast structure is solid, he said. Once you have the letter, both parts, the whole thing writes itself. The Vera thread, the exoneration hearing, the locket. It's the best case you've had in 2 years. I know. He looked at her for a moment. He had the quality she had always found simultaneously useful and vexing in him. The ability to look directly at something and decline to perform that he wasn't looking. Call me when you have the letter, he said. I will. He left. She heard his voice in the hallway saying goodbye to June, heard June's warm response, heard the front door open and close. The archive room was quiet. The November light was doing its late afternoon thing in the window, flat and specific. June appeared in the doorway a few minutes later with 2 cups of tea, and set one on the examination table in front of Priscilla without asking. Priscilla looked at it. It was right. He's good, June said. At the structure stuff. He got to the Vera thread faster than I expected. He's very good at structure, Priscilla said. It's one of his best qualities. June settled at the secondary table. She pulled the Clement Street property file back toward her and opened it. He likes you a great deal, she said, not looking up. It's very obvious. Marcus likes everyone. He likes you specifically. June's tone was even, simple, not particularly freighted. She was reading a document. There's a difference between general warmth and specific regard. He watches you the way someone does when they're hoping you're okay. Priscilla looked at her tea. We've worked together for 4 years, she said. It's professional regard. June made a small sound that was not quite agreement and not quite disagreement. She turned a page. Priscilla drank her tea. The archive room held them in its particular quiet, the light moving slowly across the floor, the sound of paper, the sound of the ventilation system, the sound of 2 people being in a room together and choosing not to fill all the space in it. It was, Priscilla thought, one of the more specific comforts she had encountered in a long time. The comfort of a silence that did not require her to perform anything. She opened the Doyle documentation for the 5th time. The 5th read did, as she had expected, show her something the 4th had not. She wrote it down. She kept working. Chapter 12, the letter in the wall. The call came on a Thursday at 7:48 in the morning, which was before Priscilla had finished her coffee and before June had arrived at the Historical Society, and the voice on the other end belonged to a man named Ray Peralta, who was the site foreman on the Marsh House renovation and who said, Ms. Alcantara gave me this number to call if we found anything in the east wall section. Priscilla was sitting at the hotel desk with her legal pad and her coffee and the kind of early morning clarity she got on days when she had slept well and woken with the case already present in her mind, organized and ready. She set the coffee down. What did you find? She said. A tin box, Ray Peralta said. Inside the plaster. Same setup as the one from the Clement Street job in 2018. Or that's what Ms. Alcantara said when I described it. I haven't opened it. She said not to open it. She said correctly. Priscilla was already standing. Don't touch it. We'll be there within the hour. She called June. June answered on the second ring, which meant she had been awake, and her voice had the quality of someone who had been awake for a while and was already moving. I know, June said. Ray just called me too. I'm leaving now. I'll meet you there. The former Marsh House was on Birch Street, which was 3 blocks east of the Historical Society and 2 blocks from the main street, In the part of Harwick where the residential streets had the character of having been residential streets for a very long time, large trees with root systems that had lifted the sidewalk in several places, houses that had been built in the early 20th century, and maintained with varying degrees of attention. The Marsh house was one of the maintained ones, a registered landmark with a small placard beside the front door that Priscilla had photographed on her second day in Harwick without examining why. June was already there when Priscilla arrived. She was standing outside the front door with the foreman and had her cotton gloves in the breast pocket of her jacket, which meant she had left the house with them already prepared, which was the kind of thing that was simply true of June and which Priscilla had stopped finding notable and started finding something else, something she was not naming. The east wall section, June said to Priscilla as a greeting. The part with the permit delays. Ray got clearance yesterday, started work this morning. Ray Peralta was a man in his 50s with the particular quality of someone accustomed to working in other people's histories and treating them with appropriate care. He had the box, another tin box similar to the one from the Clement Street renovation, with the same aged quality of something that had been sealed in a wall for a very long time, on a clean tarp near the back of the main room, which had been cleared of construction materials in the area around the find. I put it on the tarp, Ray said. I didn't move it more than I had to. That was exactly right, June said. She crouched beside it and looked at it without touching. Priscilla stood behind her. The box was slightly larger than the Clement Street one. It was sealed with a corroded hasp that had been pushed shut rather than locked, the kind of closure that was meant to hold for years rather than indefinitely, which had held for considerably longer than intended. June put her cotton gloves on. She looked at Priscilla over her shoulder. I'm opening it here, she said. Not in the archive room. I want to do a condition assessment before I move anything. That's fine, Priscilla said. Okay, June said, in the particular way she had of narrating under her breath when she was working with materials that required care. I'm assessing the hasp. The corrosion is surface level. The seal is intact. She worked the hasp with careful, patient pressure. I'm opening the box now. The hasp gave. She lifted the lid. Inside a locket. Not the same as the archive locket, not the initialed one, but a different piece, plainer, a round pendant on a chain that had aged to near black. Beside it, folded carefully, a document that was not quite the same yellow-brown as the Clement Street fragment but was clearly from the same period. And beneath both, pressed flat against the bottom of the box, a larger piece of paper that had been folded multiple times and sealed with what had once been wax. June documented each item in sequence with her phone camera before touching any of them. She photographed the interior of the box from multiple angles, photographed the position of each item, then lifted the round pendant first and turned it over. On the back, in the same engraving style as the initialed locket, a date. November 1923. She set it down and looked at the folded document. It was a single sheet, not the multifold item with the wax seal, and it opened without resistance. The fold lines darkened but not fragile. It was a short handwritten note in a hand Priscilla recognized immediately as the same hand as the Clement Street provenance note. June read it aloud steadily. This is for you. I know you will not come for it, but I need it to be here in case. I need there to be a place where you know to look. If anything happens. If anything has already happened by the time you read this. I need you to know that I chose this. Everything I am doing I am choosing. You did not ask me to and I would not have wanted you to. There. She stopped. She looked at the note for a moment. That's not Clara, Priscilla said. No, June said. That's Vera. They looked at the note. Priscilla made herself look at it calmly, with the professional attention that was the only instrument she trusted in moments like this, because the professional attention would not miss things that a less calibrated response might. The hand was different from Clara's, different from the provenance note in the Clement Street box. This was Vera's hand. Vera had also hidden something. Vera had put something in Clara's wall. She knew, June said. She knew what was going to happen. Or she knew something might happen. She resigned her teaching position 4 days before the murder, Priscilla said. She had already started preparing. June set the note down. She picked up the larger folded document, the one with the wax seal. The wax was nearly entirely deteriorated. The paper bowed slightly from the years of compression, the fold lines deep and dark. She looked at it. She looked at Priscilla. This is it, she said. Not a question. This is it, Priscilla said. I need to bring it to the archive room, June said. I need the humidity chamber and the proper light. I'm not opening this on a tarp. Agreed. June redocumented the interior of the box, photographed the note and the pendant in their positions, then carefully placed both items back in the box and lifted the sealed document separately, cradling it in both hands with the particular care she gave to things that had survived something and deserved to be received properly. She stood. Priscilla was already beside her. I'll get the door, Priscilla said. June did not say anything. She walked. They went 4 blocks to the Historical Society with the deliberate pace of 2 people carrying something irreplaceable, which they were, and Dolores opened the door when she heard them coming and asked no questions and stood back to let them through, and the archive room was already lit and the humidity chamber was already on the conservation shelf because June had, Priscilla realized, set it out before she left the building that morning. Before the phone call. She had expected this. You knew it was going to be today, Priscilla said. Ray said the East section was starting this week, June said. She was already at the table setting up. I didn't know it would be today specifically. I've had the humidity chamber ready for 3 days. This was, Priscilla thought, so entirely characteristic of June that she did not know why it surprised her. June worked with her characteristic focused attention. The narration under her breath, the methodical progression, the specific gentleness she gave to things that needed it. She placed the sealed document in the humidity chamber and they waited. The waiting was not uncomfortable. Priscilla sat at the secondary table with her legal pad and did not write on it. June stood near the conservation shelf. Neither of them talked. At one point June looked out the window at the parking lot and said, "Do you want coffee?" "Not yet," Priscilla said. June nodded. She went back to watching the humidity chamber. Priscilla watched June watching it. The archive room held them in its specific quiet and the morning light moved across the floor and the humidity chamber did its patient work and the clock on the wall above the secondary table moved its way toward 11. When June judged the paper sufficiently relaxed, she looked at Priscilla. I need to do this part alone, she said. Give me 20 minutes. Priscilla looked at her. There was something in June's expression that was not a wall but was a door held slightly closed. The specific quality of someone who needed to be in the presence of something alone before they could share it. Priscilla understood this. She understood it with the particular recognition of someone who had built an entire life around the principle, from the other direction. I'll be in the reference room, she said. She went. She sat at the desk in the reference room with her legal pad and did not write on it. She could see, through the glass panel above the archive room door, the lamp burning steadily over the table. She could not see June from this angle. She could see the light. 17 minutes later, June opened the archive room door. Priscilla came in. June was sitting at the end of the examination table, both hands flat on either side of the document, very still in the specific way that was not her usual warmth. She had been crying recently and quietly, and was not making any particular effort to conceal it. She looked at Priscilla with the expression of someone who had read something 3 times, and was still holding all of it. It's the full letter, June said. Clara's. Beginning to end. Priscilla came to stand beside the table. She read it standing. The letter was 3 pages, which was not what she had expected, though she could not have said what she had expected. It had the quality, even across a century and through the degradation of the ink and the faint illegibility of certain words that had faded past recovery, of something written by someone who knew they were writing for the last time and had chosen not to waste it. The handwriting started carefully and loosened as it went, as if Clara had begun with the intention of composure and found, somewhere in the second page, that composure was not what the moment required. They read it together without speaking. The archive room was very quiet. The ventilation system moved air over them and the lamp burned steady over the document, and outside the window the parking lot held its ordinary objects, ordinary morning, ordinary November. Then they came to the last half page. Priscilla read it. She stood very still. What I need you to understand, what I have needed to say since the night of the 14th, since Harold came home early and I was still sitting at your kitchen table and there was nothing innocent about the way I was sitting there, is that I am not sorry. I want to be clear about that. I have tried to be sorry. I have knelt down and asked to be made sorry. The answer I receive each time is silence, which I am choosing to interpret as permission. I'm not sorry for any of it. I am only sorry that There it ended. Not at the bottom of a page. Not at the edge of a line. Mid-sentence, mid-thought, the pen lifting from the paper or the paper giving out or something arriving at the door. Something that had stopped her mid-word and she had not come back. Priscilla stood with her hands at her sides and looked at the sentence that had not finished itself and felt something move through her that she did not immediately name. That was not professional and was not composed and was not the kind of thing she had allowed herself to feel in a very long time. She was aware of it with the specific awareness of a person to whom feelings were known as objects, as things that existed and were catalogued and were not, on the whole, felt. She was aware of it and she let it be there. June was sitting now in the chair at the end of the examination table, and she had both hands flat on either side of the document, and she was not looking at it. She was looking at the window. Her eyes were wet, which she was not making any effort to conceal, and she was very still in the specific way Priscilla had catalogued months ago as the stillness that was different from her usual warmth, the stillness of genuine feeling held quietly. That's where the fragment starts, June said. Her voice was even. What we found at Clement Street. This is the beginning. The fragment is the end. They were both hidden, Priscilla said. Both halves. Clara kept the beginning. She put the end, the part for Vera, in Vera's building. And Vera came back to Clement Street, June said. In 1951. She never found it, Priscilla said. The fragment was still in the wall when the renovation happened in 2018. No, June said. She never found it. They held this together. The full weight of it. Two halves of the same letter in two different walls separated by a century, the sentence in one half that could not finish until the other half was found. The woman who had hidden one half dying 2 streets from where the other half was buried, never knowing it was there. I am only sorry that Priscilla touched the scar through her eyebrow. She felt it happen and did not pull her hand away. June noticed. She watched Priscilla's hand. She did not say anything. She had the quality, which Priscilla had catalogued and not been able to stop cataloguing, of knowing when silence was the right provision. They stayed with the letter for a long time. Eventually Priscilla said, Simone needs to see this. I know, June said. I'll call her this afternoon. The broadcast. We can talk about the broadcast later. June looked at her. Her eyes were dry now, but the quality of the stillness had not entirely left her. Not today. Today this is just Clara's. Priscilla looked at the letter. At the last unfinished line. At the sentence that had been reaching toward something for 100 years and had not, until this morning, had a second half to reach toward. All right, she said. Not today. June carefully photographed the full document, every page, and began the process of preparing it for archival storage with the methodical attention she gave to things that had earned permanence. Priscilla sat at the secondary table and opened her notebook and did not write anything for a long time. She looked at what she had written that morning before the phone call at the top of the first page. What is the cost of the true answer? She looked at it. She thought about Clara, who had known the cost and paid it. She thought about the unfinished sentence. She turned to a fresh page and wrote very deliberately at the top, I am only sorry that She stared at the blank space after that. She did not fill it. Not yet. She was not ready. But she left the page open. Chapter 13. 11 days. The hotel room at midnight was exactly what it always was. Clean, functional, possessing no quality that was not useful. Priscilla had been in this particular room for 3 weeks and had imposed on it the small organizational pattern she imposed on every hotel room she occupied for longer than a weekend. The legal pad stacked on the left side of the desk, the case files arranged by relevance from left to right, the single-framed photograph she traveled with, her father and her grandmother, outside a building she did not remember the name of, a summer from her childhood, standing on the windowsill where the light hit it correctly in the morning. She was not working from the desk. She was sitting on the bed, cross-legged, with the legal pad in her lap, and she was transcribing the letter by hand. This was not a professional necessity. The photocopy was already in the legal file, prepared by June, pristine and catalogued. The full digital record was in the case archive. There was no archival gap the handwritten transcription would fill, no professional purpose it would serve that was not already served by better means. She was aware of this. She had been aware of this since approximately 10 minutes after she'd started, When she had finished the first page of the transcription and recognized, with the particular clarity she sometimes had about her own behavior when she was doing it from someplace below the professional, what she was actually doing. She was doing it because she wanted to know what it felt like to write Clara's words in her own hand. She had not examined this desire. She had simply acted on it, which was unusual enough for her that she noted it as data and kept writing. The letter had 3 pages. She had been working for an hour and was midway through the second. Her handwriting, which was small and regular in her notebooks but had a different quality when she was writing slowly and with attention, moved across the legal pad in something that was not Clara's hand and was also not quite her own usual hand, but was something between careful, deliberate, aware of what each word was. She reached the sentence again. The last line. The unfinished sentence that had been in the wall for 100 years. I am only sorry that I. She wrote it. She kept writing exactly as it was. The dash, the blank space after, the nothing that followed. She looked at what she had written. The sentence that Clara had been in the middle of when something had arrived, or the courage had run out, or the pen had run out, or the time had run out. The sentence that had stayed open for 100 years while Vera lived 2 streets from the prison, and the beginning of the letter stayed in the other wall. And no one who was alive knew either half of it until June found a locket in a box in 2018, and looked at it properly and wrote 17 emails to a journalist who almost didn't respond. Priscilla set the legal pad on the bed beside her and looked at the ceiling. She had been in Harwick for 23 days. She had told Renata 2 weeks. She was now, by any reasonable accounting, 3 weeks past a preliminary research trip and 1 week past the extended stay she had committed to, and she had called Renata 3 days ago and said, "1 more week, the letter changes everything," and Renata had said I know and had not said anything else. She had also, in the 23 days, not once been back to her apartment. She had the apartment. It was there, in the city 14 floors up, with its clean lines and its nothing on the walls and the photograph of the map from graduate school in the kitchen that was the right size. It was there and she was here and she had been here longer than she had told anyone she would be, and she had not once thought about going back with the feeling of going home. She had thought about it with the feeling of a place she lived. She looked at the legal pad. She opened it to a fresh page. She had tried this 3 times since arriving in Harwick. 3 separate attempts to write something that was not for the broadcast and not for the case, something that began with I and was followed by something true. The first attempt had ended after 1 sentence. The second had ended after 2. The third, on the night after she and June had eaten at the diner and she had driven back with the window down 3 inches in cold air, had lasted 4 sentences before she had looked at what she was writing and closed the notebook with the particular decisiveness of someone who had looked at something they were not ready to see. She tried again now. She wrote, I have been in Harwick for 23 days and every morning I arrive at the Historical Society at 8:30, which is when June arrives, and I tell myself this is professional efficiency, and I am running out of ways to find it convincing. She stopped. She read it. She wrote, I am running out of ways to find any of it convincing. She stopped again. She looked at what she had written. It was 2 sentences. 2 sentences that were the most unguarded 2 sentences she had written about herself in 11 years. In a hotel room in Harwick in the middle of the night, in a legal pad that no one was going to read. She closed the notebook. She sat with the closed notebook in her lap and the transcription of Clara's letter on the bed beside her and the hotel room doing its quiet, neutral thing around her, and she thought about the unfinished sentence. About the specific kind of unfinished thing it was. Not the kind that ran out of time, but the kind that ran out of courage, or that ran out of certainty, or that arrived at the word that would make everything real and found that making it real was the one thing that felt like too much. She had been writing the same sentence for 11 years. She knew this. She had always known this in the way you knew things that were true, and that you were not going to do anything with because doing something with them would cost more than you had available. She had known it the way she had known that the tea was too pale the first night she read June's emails and she had not corrected it, had simply noted it and set it down and moved on. She picked up the hotel phone and called Renata. Renata answered. This was not unusual. Renata answered her calls at unreasonable hours with the composure of someone who had long ago accepted that the job did not have hours. I'm staying another week, Priscilla said. I know, Renata said. A pause. A different kind of pause than the ones they usually had on the phone, which were the working pauses of 2 people managing a schedule. This one had a different quality. Priscilla was aware of it. The broadcast format, Priscilla said. I want to discuss options. There's a question of timing. We can talk about that Monday. Monday, Priscilla said. Get some sleep, Renata said, not unkindly, and hung up. Priscilla set the phone down. She looked at the window, which showed her the dark street below and her own reflection in the glass, which was the reflection of a woman in a hotel room in Harwich at midnight in the middle of November, which was not the reflection she would have described if someone had asked her to describe herself. She was not sure what reflection she would have described instead. She picked up the legal pad with the transcription of Clara's letter, and read it from the beginning. She had read the original 3 times since June had opened it this morning. She had read the photocopy twice. Now, reading her own transcription, which was Clara's words in Priscilla's hand, something was different. Something in the physical act of having written it, of having put her own hand to the words, had made them land differently. The way things landed when you spoke them aloud rather than reading them, the particular physicality of saying a thing rather than receiving it. What I need you to understand is that I am not sorry. She had not been sorry. Priscilla had read the letter and understood this with a certainty that was professional and also something else. Clara had not been sorry. Whatever she had been in the middle of being sorry for when the sentence stopped, whatever the I in that last line had been reaching toward, the everything else was the larger country, and the everything else was love, and she had not been sorry for it. Priscilla sat with this. Then she picked up her pen and turned to a new page of the transcription, and below the unfinished sentence she wrote, in her own hand, not Clara's, 11 days. She looked at it. She did not cross it out. She turned out the light. She lay in the hotel bed with the case file on the desk and the transcription on the nightstand and the notebook with its 2 unfinished sentences in the drawer, and she looked at the dark ceiling and thought about what Clara had been sorry for. She thought she knew. Not the professional part, not the evidence-based answer. She thought she knew the way you knew things that were true about other people because they were also quietly true about you. She knew it the way you knew a mirror. In the morning she arrived at the Historical Society at 8:30. June was already there, which she always was, and she had coffee ready, which she always did. Except this morning the coffee was wrong. June handed it to her and Priscilla took a sip and it had cream in it, which was not how she took it. Not in 3 weeks of daily coffee had she taken it with cream, and she held the cup and looked at it. Cream, she said. June looked up from the document she was already reading. She looked at the cup. She looked at Priscilla. Her expression had the quality of someone who had looked at the wrong thing confidently, and was recalibrating with the specific combination of honesty and amusement she brought to being wrong. I made 2 cups, she said. That one was mine. I gave you mine. This is yours, Priscilla said. Yours is next to the sink. Priscilla set the cup down and retrieved her own. She stood for a moment with the correct cup and looked at the wrong cup and felt something move through her that was warm and slightly ridiculous and entirely unwieldy, which was how most of the things she felt about June arrived. Unexpectedly, and without the useful containment of professional context. She turned back to the examination table. The Simone call is at 10, she said. I know, June said. She had both hands on the document and was reading. She looked, in the morning light, like someone doing what she was meant to be doing in a place she was meant to be in, which was a quality Priscilla had catalogued somewhere around week 2 and had not been able to stop cataloging since. Priscilla sat down and opened her notebook to the page with the 2 unfinished sentences. She looked at them. The archive room was warm and quiet and smelled like old paper and cedar, and the particular quality of November light that came through the northern window. She wrote, in the margin beside both sentences, in the same small hand she had used for everything she was not ready to say, 11 days. She looked at it. She did not know precisely what she meant by it. She knew it was the same thing Clara had meant, which was, I have been circling the door. I know where the door is. I am still circling. She closed the notebook. She went back to work. Chapter 14 Everything She's Keeping. The hearing date came through on a Wednesday afternoon in a form email from Simone Okafor's office that was addressed to both of them. June read it twice, then printed it and brought it downstairs to where Priscilla was at the secondary table in the reference room, and set it on the desk in front of her without saying anything, because the document said everything. Priscilla read it. She looked up. 6 weeks, June said. 6 weeks, Priscilla confirmed. The exoneration hearing had been scheduled. The case, Simone's legal filing, built in part on June's archival documentation, and in part on the Doyle records, and in part on the letter that was now properly preserved and cited in the case file as Exhibit 14A, had cleared the preliminary review and would be heard before the State Review Board on the 14th of January. Simone had attached a brief note below the form. This is a strong filing. I am optimistic. Simone's optimism was, June had learned over the months of working adjacent to her, a specific and measured thing. She did not express it often. When she did, it meant something. June looked at the printed email. She looked at Priscilla, who was still looking at the document with the expression she wore when she was taking in something important, the quality of absorption that made her go very still. Then Priscilla looked up, and for a moment they were simply looking at each other in the reference room with the afternoon light doing its particular thing through the window, and June felt the warmth of the moment arrive with a fullness she had been allowing herself, carefully and in managed increments, to admit to for some time now. We should mark this, June said. I don't have champagne, Priscilla said. I have tea. June went to the staff kitchen and made it properly and brought it back and set Priscilla's cup in front of her and sat down across the table. The reference room was not as warm as the archive room and did not smell as good, but it had the window, which had been Priscilla's requirement, and it had become, over the weeks, a room with a specific quality to it, a room where they worked and sometimes forgot to leave, and the forgetting had accumulated into something that felt less like oversight and more like preference. They drank the tea. Outside, November was considering winter, the particular gray of a sky that had not quite decided. 6 weeks is enough time, June said, to have the broadcast ready. The broadcast will be ready, Priscilla said. That's not what I'm thinking about. What are you thinking about? A pause. Priscilla looked at her cup. The format question. I've been talking to Renata about it. The network wants to air before the hearing. A pre-verdict special. It would be the biggest broadcast slot I've had in 3 years. Would that be good for the case? June said. Potentially. Priscilla set her cup down. Or it could complicate the hearing. If the public narrative gets ahead of the legal process, it can create pressure in both directions. She was in the mode she went into when she was working through something she had not fully resolved. The sentences careful, the precision slightly increased. It's a judgment call. There are arguments on both sides. What does Simone say? I haven't asked Simone yet. June looked at her. That seems like the first question. I know. Priscilla looked at the window. I'm still working out what I want to recommend. June nodded. She did not press it. She wrapped her hands around her cup and let the subject settle, which was one of the things she was good at, knowing when to follow and when to let something find its own pace. She had learned this in archives and applied it, with imperfect success, to the rest of her life. The reference room was quiet for a moment. Then June said, I'm glad you came to Harwick. It was a simple sentence. She said it simply. She was aware, as she said it, of the specific weight she was giving it, which was more than the professional meaning of the words allowed for, and she was also aware that she was holding Priscilla's gaze for one beat longer than professional, which was a choice she had made consciously and was not taking back. Priscilla was still. She was looking at June with the quality of attention that was always doing several things at once, and in this particular moment June could not fully read all of them, which was unusual because she was generally good at reading things. The case, Priscilla started. I know what I meant, June said. The sentence sat in the reference room. The afternoon light moved across the floor. The clock on the wall above the door marked the time with its ordinary precision. Priscilla looked at her. A longer look than usual, the kind that was not cataloging but was something else, something that had more exposure in it than Priscilla typically allowed. June held it. She was aware of her own hands, which were flat on the table in the way they always were when she had decided something and was waiting for the world to catch up to the decision. So do I, Priscilla said. Carefully. Precisely. The words placed with the deliberateness of someone who had decided that the sentence was the minimum viable truth and was offering it as such. This much, right now, nothing more and nothing less. June took it. She took it the way she took things. With full attention and without reaching for what had not been offered yet. Okay, she said. The afternoon did its ordinary things around them. Somewhere in the building, Dolores's radio was playing something instrumental. The clock moved. The tea cooled. Neither of them moved to change what had just been said or what it meant, and neither of them moved toward anything more than what had been said, because the thing that had been said was already large enough for the room, and they were both people who understood the value of letting things be what they were before asking them to be more. June picked up her cup. Priscilla picked up hers. The hearing prep, June said. I want to walk through the full evidence chronology with Simone before the end of the month. Make sure the archival citations are in the right order. I'll set up the call, Priscilla said. Good. June looked at the window. And the landmark plaque application. The county needs a formal request for the name amendment before the new year if we want it in place by the hearing. I was going to draft it this week. Both names, Priscilla said. June looked at her. The plaque, Priscilla said. It should have both names. Clara and Vera. She said this with the simplicity of someone stating something that should have been obvious all along, which it should have been, and which June had been thinking about for weeks without saying, had been waiting to see if Priscilla would arrive there on her own. She had arrived there. Yes, June said. Both names. They worked until 6. At some point before 5, Dolores appeared in the doorway with the expression she wore when she was going to say something that looked like a practical observation, and was actually something else. She looked at them both. She looked at the teacups on the table and the hearing date printout between them. Well, she said. Good. Then she went back down the hall. This was Dolores's version of a standing ovation, and June felt it land with the specific warmth of being seen by someone who had been watching long enough to know what they were seeing. Priscilla looked at the doorway where Dolores had been. Does she always do that? Priscilla said. Do what? Say one word and then leave. Yes, June said. It's her most effective technique. Priscilla almost smiled. The almost was its own kind of arrival, the particular quality of a woman who had been not quite smiling at June for weeks and was, June thought, beginning to be slightly less careful about the not quite. It was a very small thing. It was not nothing. June packed her bag at 6 and Priscilla walked out with her, which was not something Priscilla always did and which had become, in the last 2 weeks, more frequent without being noted or discussed. They stood in the parking lot in the cold, which was a real cold now, the November cold that had stopped being a suggestion, and Priscilla had her hands in her coat pockets and was looking at the street. The broadcast format question, June said. Whatever you decide. I trust your judgment. Priscilla looked at her. Something moved in her expression that June did not have a complete word for. Thank you, Priscilla said. June nodded. She got in her car. She did not say anything else because the moment felt like it had found its own right size, and she had learned sometimes to let the right size things stay as they were. She drove home. She made dinner. She sat at the kitchen table with her notes and worked on the plaque application for an hour, and at the top of the draft she wrote, Clara Marsh, 1889–1924.
Vera Utkins, 1891–1967.
2 names. She looked at them on the page. She had always known they both belonged there. She had written both names in her personal research log in the first month, back when the locket was only a question. She had kept both names the whole time, through everything, the way she kept things she knew were true before she had the evidence to prove them. She added, in the notes section of the draft, the landmark record should reflect that the history of this house is the history of 2 women, not one. The conviction was one woman's. The story belongs to both. She read it over. It was right. She saved the document and closed her laptop and went to bed at a reasonable hour for once, which was not something she did often, and which felt tonight like the appropriate way to hold the day. A day in which the hearing date had been confirmed and the plaque would have 2 names, and Priscilla Voss had looked at her across a table and said, "So do I." She fell asleep quickly. She did not think, as she fell asleep, about the broadcast format question, or about the thing Priscilla was working through, or about anything that was unresolved. She thought briefly about Clara's letter. I am not sorry for any of it. She was not sorry either. She slept well. Chapter 15: The Broadcast Decision. The network called on a Tuesday while Priscilla was in the production offices back in the city, which was her first full week in New York since October, and which she had told herself was logistics and which had, by Wednesday, the feel of retreat. She was back because the Riverside segment had aired and there were follow-up meetings. She was back because there was a development slate review that Renata had been scheduling around her absence for 3 weeks, and that could not be moved again. She was back because the hotel room in Harwick was not her apartment and it was not reasonable, professionally or otherwise, To live in a hotel room in Harwich indefinitely simply because the archive room was warm and the coffee was right and there was a person in it who listened like they meant it. These were the reasons she was in New York. She had not said goodbye to June when she left, not in any particular way. She had said she would be back in a week for the Simone meeting and June had said see you then, and that had been the shape of it, which was professionally appropriate and was also, if she was honest with herself about what the week in New York actually felt like, slightly wrong in a way she was not ready to examine. The network call came at 2 on Tuesday. Renata was in the room, which was Renata's practice when there were offers being discussed. She sat at the end of the conference table with a legal pad and her pen and the expression of someone who was listening to both the words being said and the words being withheld. The network executive's name was Davis, and he had the energy of someone who had made a significant number of correct calls in his career, and trusted this as sufficient qualification for all future calls. He said the Clara Marsh story was exactly the kind of material the network had been looking for. He said the timing was perfect. He said a live special airing 2 weeks before the exoneration hearing would generate the kind of sustained press cycle that a post-hearing broadcast simply could not replicate. He said the pre-verdict format was the story. The audience watching, knowing the hearing was coming, holding the question. He said, "We're thinking your highest broadcast slot. Prime time. We're talking about the biggest platform you've had." Priscilla looked at the conference room wall. She had been in this room a great many times, had made decisions in this room that she still considered correct, had understood in this room more than once that the professional calculation and the right decision were the same thing and that this alignment was what a good career felt like. "I need 48 hours, she said. Davis said he understood and that he looked forward to her answer. After the call, Renata set her pen down. "It's the right offer," Renata said. "I know. The slot doesn't come up again. If you don't take it, someone else will." "I know." Renata looked at her with the particular attention she reserved for moments when Priscilla was doing something Renata had already modeled and was waiting to confirm. "What's the hesitation?" "I want to think about the impact on the legal process," Priscilla said. "A pre-verdict special has implications. It can create pressure on the hearing board. That's been done before. It can create pressure in both directions. I know that too." Renata waited. She was very good at waiting. She had been waiting for 7 years, Priscilla thought, for Priscilla to say the thing behind the professional things, and she had never pressed it, had never made it into an event, had simply kept showing up in the conference room and making notes and waiting with the patient specificity of someone who knew that the truth came eventually if you didn't crowd it. "I'll decide by Thursday," Priscilla said. "That's fine," Renata said. The week passed with the quality of a week that had a decision in it. Priscilla went to the development review and the follow-up meetings and the production call for the next segment, and she was present and competent and said the right things, and the city did its city things around her with the ordinary density of a place she had lived for 11 years. Her apartment was on the 14th floor. She went home every night to it. It was exactly as she had left it. Clean, organized, nothing personal on the walls except the map from graduate school. She stood in the kitchen on Wednesday evening making tea that was the right temperature and looked at the walls. On Thursday morning there was a development meeting with Marcus, which involved the quarterly review of their shared segment slate, and Marcus arrived with 2 coffees and the easy sociability of someone who had never once in his life been uncertain about whether he was welcome in a room. They went through the slate. When they got to Clara Marsh, he looked at her with the specific attentiveness that meant he had been thinking about something and was going to say it. "The pre-verdict offer," he said. "Renata mentioned it." "She mentioned it to you?" "She asked me what I thought. She does that sometimes." He leaned back in his chair. "I told her I thought it was the biggest broadcast opportunity you'd had in years, and I wasn't sure you were going to take it." "Why did you tell her that?" He looked at her with the directness that was one of the things she genuinely valued about him, and occasionally found specifically inconvenient. "Because you've been different for the last 6 weeks. Not worse different. More present, actually. Less managed." He drank his coffee. "And I thought there was maybe a decision inside the decision that was making it complicated." Priscilla looked at the conference room table. "The broadcast has real merit," she said. "I know it does. All the merits are real. That's not always the whole question." She said nothing. Marcus had the sense, which was one of his better qualities, to know when he had said enough. He changed the subject with the graceful ease of someone who had never needed to make that kind of pivot feel like a pivot, and they finished the meeting, and he left with his jacket over one arm and the coffee cup in hand, and she sat alone in the conference room for a moment after he went. She had told no one about the offer. Not Simone. Not June. She had 48 hours that had become 72, and she had not called either of them, and she had been aware of not calling June in the specific way you were aware of things you were not doing that you should be doing, which was the way she was always aware of things she was not allowing herself. There was a production meeting in the afternoon. Halfway through, a senior executive she had worked with for 3 years referred to the evidence documentation on the Clara Marsh case and said, "The local color from the Harwick archive, we can work that into the opening segment. Give the story some texture." Local color. The phrase arrived in the room and Priscilla heard it and set her pen down on the conference table, and did not say anything. She was aware of the executive's next several sentences and the way they moved past what he had said without noticing it, and she was aware of herself saying nothing, and she was aware of the particular quality of the silence she kept while he continued, which was not the silence of someone who had nothing to say but the silence of someone who was not going to say the thing yet, who was still figuring out what the thing cost. She knew what local color meant. It meant the same thing that too emotional and lacking the necessary objectivity had meant 12 years ago, in an office not unlike this one. It meant useful as backdrop, not legible as full participant. It meant we have decided what the edges of this story are, and where the person who found it belongs. She went back to her apartment at 6. She stood in the kitchen. The tea she made was the right temperature. She drank it and looked at the walls and thought about June, who had written 17 emails about a dead woman in a box because the truth mattered and being right had always felt like enough to stand on. She thought about the plaque application, which was sitting in June's files with both names on it, which June had drafted without asking whether it was editorially useful or narratively appropriate or what the network would say. She thought about the archive room and the way the morning light came through the northern window at that angle that made everything look considered. She picked up her notebook. She turned to the page she had been avoiding since she got back to the city. The page with the 2 unfinished sentences. She read them. She turned to the next page. She wrote June's name. Just the name. She looked at it. She stared at it for a long time. She picked up her phone. She put it down. She was not going to call. She was not ready to call. She did not know yet what she was going to do about the broadcast decision, and she did not want to talk to June while she was still working it out, because she wanted to have worked it out first, because she needed to know where she was landing before she said it out loud to the one person for whom how she landed mattered more than the professional question. She went to bed. She woke at 5 in the morning with the particular clarity of someone who had been making a decision in their sleep without knowing it. She lay still for a moment and looked at the ceiling and knew. She did not know the broadcast answer yet, but she knew what the notebook page meant. She knew why she had written the name. She got up and made coffee and stood in the window with it and watched the city begin. And it was very early and very cold, and the city was doing what the city did. And she was in her apartment that was clean and organized and had nothing personal on the walls, and she understood with the clarity of 5 in the morning that the nothing on the walls was not consideration. That it had not, for a very long time, been consideration. She had called it considered. She had lived in it as considered. She had made the nothing on the walls into a professional virtue and a personal philosophy and a way of being in the world that looked, from the outside, like composure. She looked at the window. She looked at her own reflection. She thought about Clara, who had chosen the silence and had known what it cost and had paid it anyway, and had not been sorry for the love but had been, somewhere in the middle of an unfinished sentence, sorry for something. Sorry for the cost of the choice. Sorry for what the silence had required her to bury. Priscilla set down her coffee. She picked up her phone and opened her contacts. She did not call. She was not ready to call. But she held the phone for a moment with June's name on the screen, and she thought, 6 weeks. She had 6 weeks before the hearing. 6 weeks to figure out the broadcast question and the name question and the question she had been circling since she sat in the Harwick Historical Society parking lot for 4 minutes in October, and could not make herself start the car. 6 weeks was enough time. It had to be enough time. She put the phone down and went to get ready for work. She did not look at the notebook page again before she left the apartment, but she left it open on the desk, which was not something she usually did, which was a small and entirely private gesture toward the version of herself that was going to have to do the thing she had not yet done. She was not ready. She was running out of time to not be ready. She went to work. Chapter 16. What she didn't say. June found out on a Tuesday. She found out the way you found out things that other people had decided you didn't need to know. Not from the person, not when it was news, but sideways, from someone who assumed you already knew and therefore said it without any particular care. Marcus called to check on the hearing prep timeline. He called her direct line at the Historical Society, which was the number he had asked for when he visited Harwick, and June answered the way she always answered the phone, with her name, with attention, with the readiness of someone who was usually in the middle of something and was not inconvenienced by the interruption. They talked for 12 minutes. He asked about the Simone filing and the landmark plaque application, and the timeline for the county historical office's response. She answered with the specific detail she always brought to questions about the case, because the case was what she knew and knowing it well was the thing she had that was unambiguously hers. He was easy to talk to in the way he had always been easy to talk to, warm, direct, interested without performing it. She had liked him from the moment he arrived in Harwick and she liked him still, and the liking was uncomplicated in a way that felt, in some corner of her that she did not examine, like a small relief. Then he said, "And the broadcast slot, are you good with the pre-verdict timeline?" Renata said things were moving fast on that end. June was sitting at her desk with the phone against her ear and the Clement Street property file open in front of her and the succulent on the windowsill at the edge of her vision, still in its careful recovery, and she heard the sentence arrive and felt it land and did not, for several seconds, say anything. "June." "Yes," she said. "Sorry. The timeline sounds fine." Renata said the network is really excited about the slot. "Prime time. It's a big deal." "It sounds like it is," June said. Her voice was the voice she used when she was answering a question that was not the question she was actually holding. She had a very good voice for that. They finished the call. She set the phone down. She looked at the property file and did not read it. The pre-verdict broadcast. A network slot. Renata was already managing it. Marcus knew about it, assumed she knew about it, had mentioned it with the ease of something that was general knowledge, shared information, the kind of thing that was simply in circulation among the people who were part of this project. She was part of this project. Priscilla had not told her. June sat with this for a while. She was good at sitting with things. She had always been good at sitting with things because the alternative was reaching, and reaching meant risk, and she had learned early that the thing she reached for was the thing most likely to shift away from her. So she sat. She felt the shape of the information settle into the space where it now lived. She did not rush it. The archive room was quiet. It was 3:30 and the light was doing the late afternoon thing through the north window and the ventilation system was moving air, and she could hear Dolores's radio from down the hall, a string quartet, something measured and unhurried. The succulent stood in its clay pot and was simply itself, recovering, having decided to try. She finished the workday. She answered 2 emails from the county historical office about the plaque application. She filed the updated Clement Street property chain in the Clara Marsh case folder, which she had been labeling and maintaining with the same care she gave to everything in her archive, because the quality of the care was not conditional on whether she felt good that day. The care was the practice. The practice was what you showed up with regardless. She locked the archive room at 5:30. She put on her coat. She stood in the hallway for a moment. Dolores was in her office with the door still open, reading glasses on, the tea at its habitual position on the corner of the desk. She looked up when June appeared in the doorway and waited, which was her version of invitation. "I'm heading out," June said. Dolores looked at her. It was the particular look she had that was not asking a question and was also not asking one. "How's it going?" she said. "Fine," June said. "The plaque application is in. The hearing is 6 weeks out." "That's not what I asked." June was quiet for a moment. The hallway was warm and the oak tree in the parking lot was doing what oak trees did in late November, which was stand with the patience of something that had done this many times before and expected to do it many times more. "I'm fine," she said. "Everything is professional and moving well." Dolores looked at her for another beat. She picked up her tea. She set it down. She said. It was not an unkind It was the of someone who knew exactly what they were doing with the and had chosen to do it anyway, as a gift, as a provision of space. June said goodnight and went to her car. She sat in the parking lot for a while. She was not crying. She was not going to cry because the thing she was feeling was not the kind of thing that cried. It was quieter than that. It was the specific weight of having factored yourself into a situation more generously than the situation had factored you in return, and discovering the gap between those two accountings, and finding it heavier than you had prepared for. She had known, when Priscilla was in Harwick, what the weeks had been building. She was not a person who misread things. She was precise and careful, and she paid attention, and she had watched Priscilla arrive earlier each morning and stay later each evening and choose the diner and drink the right coffee and write things in the margin of her notebook that she did not show, and she had thought, with a careful proportion of hope she allowed herself, that she knew what those things meant. She still thought she knew what they meant. That was not the part she was sitting with. The part she was sitting with was, Priscilla had been in New York for a week. There had been a broadcast offer. There had been a network slot and a pre-verdict timeline and Renata managing it, and Priscilla had not told her, had not called, had not sent so much as an email with the professional courtesy of a heads-up, and June was the archival co-investigator on this case, formally, by Priscilla's own decision, and she had found out from Marcus, who assumed she knew. She sat with this. She thought about what it meant. She thought about the two possibilities. Either Priscilla was still working out what she wanted to do and had not decided, in which case the not telling was the way Priscilla processed things, alone and carefully, before bringing them to anyone. Or Priscilla had decided, and the not telling meant something else, the way the distance of this week in New York meant something else, and June was doing what she always did, which was taking the portion that was offered and telling herself it was enough. The thing about being the person who cared more was that you developed, over time, a very precise skill for building alternative interpretations, for finding the reading of a situation that was most charitable to the other person and living inside that reading as if it were fact. She had done this with her family. After she came out and the silence came, and she had translated the silence into absorption rather than rejection, into a kind of sideways love that did not know how to face forward. She had done it in other places too. She was good at it. She had a great deal of practice. She called her mother because calling her mother was what she did when the day had been a specific kind of difficult and she did not want to sit alone in the parking lot anymore. Her mother answered on the second ring, which meant she had not been busy with anything she preferred. She asked about the weather in Harwick. She asked about the case. June answered the weather question and answered the case question with the specific warmth of someone who found the work genuinely meaningful and could say so without needing to say everything around it. Her mother asked about the journalist. She's in New York this week, June said. Network meetings. Is she coming back? For the hearing prep, June said. Yes. Her mother made a sound that was not quite a word. Then she said, You sound a little tired. Infine. It's been a long day. You always say that. It's usually true. June. Her mother's voice had the specific quality it had when she was going to say something that came from the part of her that was not the polite, managed, above-the-waterline part. She did not use that quality often. When she did, June went quiet and listened. You're allowed to want things. June looked at the oak tree. I know that, Mom. You know it the way you know you're allowed to leave work at a reasonable hour. You know it and you don't do it. June was quiet for a moment. The parking lot was settling into the particular dark of November evenings in upstate New York, the kind that arrived fast and settled fully, no gradual dimming. I want good things for this case, she said. I want Clara's name in the record. I want the plaque with both names. I want the hearing to go well. And the other thing you want. June did not answer. I'm not going to say it for you, her mother said gently. But I can hear it. I've been hearing it since August. They talked for another 10 minutes about nothing in particular, the easy talk of people who had learned to be in each other's lives even through the parts they did not name aloud. June said good night. She drove home. She made dinner and ate it and washed the dishes. She sat at the kitchen table with the plaque application draft in front of her, which she had been revising, and looked at the two names at the top. Clara Marsh, 1889 to 1924.
Vera Utkins, 1891-1967.
She had been fighting for both names since she first found the locket. Before the broadcast. Before Priscilla. She would fight for them after too. That was simply true. She looked at the two names for a while. At 11 p.m. she sent a text. Said, "I heard about the broadcast. I hope it goes well." She looked at it for a moment before sending. She had written 3 other versions. The first had been longer. The second had asked a question she did not want to ask because asking it would require an answer, and she was not ready to need an answer that badly. The third had said nothing about the broadcast and only asked about the hearing prep, which was a version of the same choice she always made, reducing the want down to something small enough not to be embarrassing. She sent the one that said what it said. She watched the screen. The 2 gray checks appeared, which meant it had been received. She waited for a moment. Then she put her phone face down on the table and went to brush her teeth. Her phone lit up while she was in the bathroom. She could see it from the doorway, the screen brightening on the kitchen table. She finished brushing her teeth. She came out. She picked up the phone. It was a call. Priscilla's name on the screen calling back. June looked at it. The phone rang. She thought about what it would mean to pick it up. The conversation they would have, the things Priscilla would say, the professional and correct explanations for the week and the silence and the offer she had heard about from someone else. She thought about how easy it would be to accept those explanations, because she was very good at accepting explanations because she had been practicing for a long time. The phone rang again. She set it face down on the table. She stood in the kitchen for a moment and looked at the window, which was dark, which showed her the kitchen rather than the street. She could see herself in it. A woman in her apartment at 11 at night, standing very still, having made a decision that cost something. She went to bed. She did not examine whether it was the right decision or the wrong one. She knew what it had said, and she knew Priscilla had heard it, and that was for tonight enough. She fell asleep with the specific tiredness of someone who had held a great deal of weight carefully all day, and had finally set it down. She did not dream about anything she remembered. Chapter 17: The Apology That Isn't One. Priscilla drove to Harwick on a Thursday. She had not told Renata. She had not told Marcus. She had cleared 2 meetings from her Thursday calendar with the brief and professionally sufficient explanation that she was needed on-site in Harwick for case review, which was true, and had driven out of the city at 7 in the morning with the heat on against the December cold and no podcasts playing, which was unusual. She had driven in silence for an hour and a half and had thought about the text and about the phone call that had not been answered and had thought about all the things she should have done differently and had then, very deliberately, put down the accounting and kept driving. She had been doing the wrong things. She knew this with the precision she brought to diagnosis she had been resisting. Not the wrong things entirely, but the wrong order, the wrong emphasis, the particular kind of wrong that came from being technically correct and emotionally insufficient at the same time. She had been managing the broadcast decision like a professional question while it sat on top of a personal question she had not addressed, and June had found out from Marcus, and Priscilla had called and June had not answered, and she had sat in her apartment that night looking at the open notebook page and understanding, with a finality that had the quality of something that had stopped being arguable, what she had done. She had not called again that night. She had not called the following day. She had spent 2 days finishing meetings she had already committed to and not being fully present in them, which was noticeable enough that Renata had looked at her across a conference table on Wednesday afternoon with the expression that meant she was noting something. Priscilla had looked back. Neither of them had said anything. This was how they operated when the thing was not ready to be said yet. She parked in the Historical Society parking lot at 9:15. She sat in the car for less than a minute, which was better than 4. She got out. June was at the front table when Priscilla came in, going through a folder with the methodical attention she brought to everything. She looked up when the door opened. Something moved through her expression. A brief, controlled movement that settled into warmth, the warmth she had with everyone, warm and professionally appropriate and exactly as wide as it needed to be and no wider. Priscilla recognized it. She recognized it because she had been the one who made it necessary. "You're here," June said. "I should have come sooner," Priscilla said. "I know." June looked at her for a moment. Then she said, "Come in. I want to show you the county's response on the plaque." They went to the archive room. June set the county letter on the examination table and walked Priscilla through the response, which was positive on the name amendment and had one procedural requirement about the submission format that June had already addressed. Her voice was the voice she used for case information. Clear, precise, full of the specific detail she always gave without being asked. She was, by every professional indicator, exactly as she always was. Priscilla stood on the opposite side of the table and listened and watched and felt the particular discomfort of a person standing in a room where they have done damage and are now waiting for the chance to address it and finding that the person they damaged is not making it easy and is not making it hard, is simply going on being themselves, which is somehow the most uncomfortable thing of all. June, she said, when June had finished the plaque update. The hearing prep, June said. Simone sent a revised exhibit list yesterday. I've been going through it. June. June looked up from the exhibit list. She looked at Priscilla with the direct quality of attention she always had, and there was nothing evasive in it, but there was also nothing open in the way it had been open before. A specific, held quality that was not coldness but was the careful use of whatever warmth was available. Priscilla said, I should have told you about the broadcast offer. June was quiet. I should have called, Priscilla said. I was still working out what I wanted to do and I told myself that was the reason, but that's not the full reason. She paused. She was aware of the professional inadequacy of what she was saying, the way it was accurate and insufficient at the same time, the way it named the fact without naming what was behind the fact. She was aware of the gap. She had always been aware of the gap. She was standing in the gap right now and she was trying to cross it and finding that the crossing required saying something she did not yet have words for in a way that didn't sound like she was still managing her own exposure. You were in New York, June said. You had meetings. That's not why I didn't call. June looked at her. No, she said quietly. I know it isn't. A silence. The kind that had weight. I'm sorry for the logistics, Priscilla said. For not keeping you informed professionally, given that you're formally on this project. That was wrong and it won't happen again. She heard it as she said it. She heard the words land. She heard the professionalism of them, the correctness, the specific kind of apology that addressed the edges of the thing and left the center intact, untouched, protected. She had been doing this her whole professional life. The precise and technically accurate response that contained everything except the true thing, the response that someone could not argue with because there was nothing false in it, only something missing. June received it. She received it the way she received everything, with full attention, with the open face she always had, with the specific grace of someone who had a great deal of practice receiving partial things. Thank you, she said. I appreciate that. Can we look at the Doyle records? Priscilla said. I want to go over the exhibit sequence. Yes, June said. Of course. They worked for 3 hours. The work was good. It was always good. That had never been the problem, had never been in question. They went through the exhibit sequence for the hearing with the methodical precision they always brought to case documentation, each item checked against the legal filing, each citation confirmed, each gap identified and addressed. June was exactly as competent as she always was. Priscilla was exactly as focused as she always was. The case was the case and it was strong and the hearing was 4 weeks out and the work was the clear and unambiguous thing between them, the thing that had been true from the beginning and was still true now. The case was the case. The work was good. The rest of it was in the room and neither of them spoke to it and they kept working. At 4 o'clock, June said, I think that's everything for today. She was gathering the exhibit list, squaring the edges of the folder. She did not say it with finality, not exactly. It was just the accurate description of what they had covered and where they were in the day. Good, Priscilla said. June stood. She put on her cardigan, which she had taken off somewhere in the second hour when the archive room had gotten warm. She picked up her bag. She looked at Priscilla with the direct, warm gaze she had with everyone. Thank you for coming out, she said. Priscilla said. June. June waited. Priscilla looked at her. She looked at the person who had written 17 emails about a woman who had been dead for 100 years because the truth mattered and being right had always felt like enough to stand on. She looked at the person who had handled a 100-year-old letter with both hands and asked for 20 minutes alone with it, because she needed to be in the presence of something true before she could share it. She looked at the person whose laugh arrived in a room like weather, who corrected her about the coffee without making it a production, who had sat at a kitchen table in June and written Priscilla returns in her working notes and crossed out arrives and written returns and had not examined why. She looked at all of this. She said, I handled this wrong. June said, I know. Not unkindly. Simply accurately. Not just professionally, Priscilla said. That's what I'm trying to say. The apology for the logistics is true and it's not the whole thing, and I don't know yet how to say the whole thing in a way that isn't, in a way that, she stopped. She touched the scar through her eyebrow without knowing she was doing it, and then felt herself doing it and did not pull her hand away. I'm not ready to say the whole thing, but I want you to know it exists. June looked at her for a long moment. Something shifted in her expression. Something that was not quite the warmth of the last 3 hours but was its own kind of warmth, quieter, more careful. She held Priscilla's gaze with the directness she had always had. She did not reach. Okay, she said. 2 letters. The same 2 letters she had given Priscilla in the reference room, in the better week, across the table with the tea and the hearing confirmation between them. But the okay had a different quality now. Not arrival but acknowledgement. Not the door open but the door's existence confirmed. June picked up her bag. She looked at Priscilla once more briefly, the way you looked at something you were going to continue thinking about after you left the room. Good night, she said. She left without looking back. Her footsteps went down the hallway and the front door opened and closed, and Priscilla stood in the archive room alone and listened to the quality of the quiet that settled after she was gone, which was a specific quiet. The quiet of a room that had recently held someone whose presence had a texture to it. She sat down at the examination table. She opened her notebook. She turned to the page with the 2 unfinished sentences and read them. She turned to the page that said I am only sorry that I, and looked at the blank space after the dash, the same space she had been looking at for weeks, the same space Clara had left. She understood, sitting in the archive room alone with the December light going flat in the window, what the apology that was still incomplete was actually going to require. She understood what she owed, and it was not the professional version, the technically accurate version, the version that addressed the edges and left the center intact. The center was the thing she was going to have to name. She sat with this for a long time. She drove back to the hotel. She ordered room service. She ate it at the desk and looked at her notebook and did not open it. She looked at the framed photograph on the windowsill. Her father and her grandmother outside the building she couldn't name, the summer she couldn't place. She thought about her father apologizing for the car door for years. About being 9 and not knowing how to say, the wound closed. You can let it go now. You do not have to keep paying for an accident. She thought about what it would mean to stop making June pay for an accident that had happened to someone else 12 years ago. In an office with a woman who had not deserved the trust Priscilla had given her and had proven it. She thought about the way she had been handing that old wound to every subsequent person in her life, and calling it protection. She thought the wound closed. She did not say it out loud. But she wrote it, in the notebook on a fresh page, underneath the 2 unfinished sentences and the Clara line and the question about the cost of the true answer. The wound closed. She looked at the 3 words. They were the truest thing she had written in 11 years. She closed the notebook and went to sleep. Chapter 18 All the Things That Get Buried. June read the broadcast announcement on her phone at 7 in the morning, while she was still in bed. She had not been checking her phone. She had been awake for 20 minutes, which was the normal length of time she spent awake before getting up, lying in the particular comfort of her own bed in the particular dark of early December, listening to the street below. She checked the news out of habit, the local feed, and there it was. A press release from the network distributed to entertainment and true crime media, with Priscilla's name above the headline and the title of the broadcast and the air date, which was 2 weeks before the exoneration hearing. She read it. She read it a second time. She set the phone face down on the nightstand and looked at the ceiling. She had known this might happen. She had known it since Marcus's call, had felt the shape of the possibility, had held it alongside everything else she had been holding. Knowing a thing might happen and having it happen were different in quality but not in substance, and June was the kind of person who knew that and felt it anyway, felt the gap between preparation and arrival, because she was not the kind of person who could think her way entirely past her own feelings, and she had long since stopped trying to be. She got up. She made coffee. She drank it standing at the window of her apartment, which looked out onto the street, where the December morning was dark and cold in the specific way of early December in upstate New York, the kind of cold that had stopped apologizing for itself. The press release had said, an exclusive investigation by acclaimed journalist Priscilla Voss and the Voss/Hale production team into the 1924 wrongful conviction of Clara Marsh. Archival assistance provided by the Harwick Historical Society. She had read it twice. She had looked for her name. It was not there. She had looked for it with the specific attention of someone who was being honest about what she was looking for, who was not pretending she was merely double-checking the professional record. She had looked for her name because her name was the question, and the answer was that it wasn't there, and she held the answer with the same steadiness she brought to evidence she did not want but could not argue with. Archival assistance provided by the Harwick Historical Society. She knew what that meant. It was not, professionally speaking, inaccurate. The Harwick Historical Society had provided archival assistance. She worked at the Harwick Historical Society. Her name was not the name of an institution. Her name was June Alcantara, and she had found the locket and traced Vera Hutchins through 6 sets of records and driven to 3 county offices and spent 4 months writing emails that no one answered and been present at the opening of the letter and built the entire evidentiary timeline that Simone's filing rested on. And the press release said, "Archival assistance provided by the Harwick Historical Society." She understood, in the specific adult way she understood things that were not dramatic and were not catastrophic and were simply the accurate shape of a situation, what had happened. She finished her coffee. She got dressed. She drove to work. Dolores called at 8 a.m. Not to the Historical Society line. To June's mobile, which Dolores had and used rarely, which meant she had seen the press release, which meant she had been awake and reading early or someone had sent it to her. And she had called June's mobile because she wanted to reach June before June reached the archive room and put on the professional face and said everything was fine. "I saw the announcement," Dolores said. "I know," June said. She was in the parking lot, engine off. A pause. The particular pause that was Dolores choosing her words with the care she brought to everything she said. "How are you?" "Fine," June said. Dolores said, It was the same she always used. It was the of someone who had known June for 7 years and knew precisely what fine meant when June said it the way she was saying it now, which was, "I am functional and I am continuing and I am not going to fall apart in the parking lot. And beyond that I am not ready to discuss it." "Come find me when you're ready," Dolores said. June said she would. She ended the call. She sat in the car for a moment, hands on the wheel, and looked at the Historical Society building, which was a brick building that had been a library before it was a historical society, and before that had been something she could not immediately remember. It was a building she had been coming to for 7 years. She knew every corridor and the particular way each room held light in different seasons, and which drawer in the reference room stuck when the weather was damp. She had spent the better part of a year in this building working on the Clara Marsh case, and the case was not finished and the work was good, and none of that had changed. She got out of the car. She went inside. The morning was the morning. She had files to process and correspondence to answer, and the hearing was 3 weeks out and there was work to do, and she was going to do it, because the work was the thing she could control and the work mattered and Clara's name mattered, and the outcome of the hearing was the thing she had been working towards since she first opened the box with the gray archival cardboard and the faded label. She worked for 2 hours before allowing herself to stop. She sat at her desk with the Clement Street property chain spread out in front of her, and the succulent on the windowsill in its quiet recovery, and the photograph of herself and Dolores from the 30th anniversary slightly blurred with laughing, and she let herself think about Vera. She thought about Vera Hutchins, who had married a man named Thomas Vale and moved to a neighboring county and spent 25 years at a safe distance from the place where Clara had been held, and then come back when there was nothing keeping her away. 2 streets from the prison. She had lived in that house for 16 years. She had died there in 1967 under a name that was not the name Clara would have called her. She had never found the letter. June thought about that. About Vera at 80 years old or 70 or 60, going about her days in that house on Clement Street, 2 streets from the address where Clara had been held before her execution. Whether Vera had known in the end what Clara had done. Whether she had put together enough pieces to understand the full shape of the choice. Whether knowing would have been a comfort or a devastation or both. Whether it would have been better to know. June sat with that question. She had been sitting with it in some form since she first matched the initials on the locket and understood what they meant. She had been sitting with the question of whether silence protected the people it was meant to protect or simply completed the burial. She thought, I understand for the first time why someone might choose to be buried rather than named. She looked at the sticky note on her desk. Her name matters in her own handwriting from a different case 2 years ago. She looked at it for a while. She got up and went to find Dolores. Dolores was at her desk, reading glasses on, the second cup of tea at its station. She looked up when June appeared, which was the same look she always gave. Patient, complete, without demand. June sat in the chair across from Dolores's desk, which she rarely did, which they both noted. I knew it was a possibility, June said. Yes, Dolores said. I knew the pre-verdict timeline was what the network wanted. Priscilla told me that much. Yes. She didn't tell me she'd decided. I found out from Marcus. Dolores looked at her. She was not performing concern. She was simply present with it, which was what Dolores did with everything. Attended to it, gave it the room it required. The archival assistance line, June said. Dolores was quiet for a moment. How long were you going to work before you came in here? 2 hours, June said. Dolores nodded. That's you, she said. She said it without judgment, without suggestion that it was wrong. It was simply accurate. June looked at the window. The oak tree. The particular patience of something that had stood here for 100 years, and had not found this period of time remarkable in any particular direction. She came back to Harwick last week, June said. She apologized for the logistics. For the logistics, Dolores said. Yes. Dolores looked at her. She had the quality, in moments like this, of being entirely still while also being entirely present, the specific quality of someone who had enough composure for both of them and was offering some of it. What did she not apologize for? June was quiet. The other thing, Dolores said. The thing that isn't the logistics. She said she wasn't ready to say the whole thing. June looked at her hands. She said she wanted me to know it existed. Dolores was quiet for a moment. She picked up her tea and set it down. She looked at June with the steadiness of 7 years of attention. That's something, she said. That's not nothing. I know, June said. I know it's not nothing. She paused. But it's also not enough. Not yet. No, Dolores said. Not yet. They sat together for a while in the warm office with the oak tree outside the window, and the string quartet on the radio, and the specific comfort of being seen by someone who did not need you to perform anything. June was grateful for it in the way she was grateful for most things she was given freely, fully, and without making a production of it. She went back to her desk. She spent the rest of the morning on the hearing prep documents. She was thorough and she was precise and she was exactly as competent as she had always been, because the quality of her work was not conditional on how she was feeling, and she had never once confused those two things. She worked until noon and ate lunch at her desk and worked through the afternoon, and at 4:30 she opened a new document and began drafting the formal remarks she had been asked to submit to the County Historical Office for the landmark plaque dedication ceremony, which was scheduled to coincide with the hearing date. The remarks were about Clara, about the archive and the record and what it meant to restore a name to the historical account. She wrote them carefully and with conviction. She wrote both names into every sentence where one name appeared because the history was both of theirs, and it had always been both of theirs, and that was the part she had been certain of since the locket, and the broadcast announcement had not changed it. She saved the document. She looked at it. She thought about Vera, who had lived until 1967 and had never been named, who was buried under a husband's name in a cemetery 2 streets from where the woman who loved her had died. She thought about the flowers on the grave, which she had not told anyone about until the ending of the text thread she had not yet had. She thought about the gap between what a person kept and what a person said, and the cost of not saying, and whether the cost was ever worth the protection it bought. She had been willing for most of her life to pay that cost, to take the portion offered, to be the one who cared more and told herself it was fine and made it fine by the force of practice. She was not willing to tell herself it was fine right now. That was not catastrophe. It was just the truth, which was sometimes heavier to hold than the alternative. She put on her coat. She turned off the light. She went home and made dinner and sat with the crossword for 20 minutes and did not solve much of it, and the evening was quiet in the way evenings were when they contained something unresolved, and she let it be quiet, and she let it be unresolved, and she went to bed at a reasonable hour and lay in the dark and thought about both names on the plaque, which no one could take away from her, and which would be there on the day of the hearing regardless of anything else. She had found Vera. She had found Clara. She was going to see both names on that wall. That was the part that was entirely hers, and it was enough to sleep on. She slept. Chapter 19. What Clara was sorry for. The broadcast script arrived in Priscilla's inbox on a Monday morning. It was not unexpected. She had written most of it herself, or provided the framework her producer had worked from, and reviewing the final draft before sign-off was standard. She poured coffee and sat at her apartment desk and opened it with the brisk, professional attention she brought to documents that required a read-through rather than genuine engagement, the kind of reading she could do while also thinking about other things. She stopped thinking about other things around page 7. The script followed the structure she and Marcus had established: the Doyle timeline, the financial records, the trial, the conviction, the execution. It was clean and precise, and it served the story well. She had read it in framework before, in pieces, and it was good. She turned the pages. On page 11 there was the Clara section. The letter. Her producer had included excerpts and she read them, the familiar language, the careful hand, the sentences she had transcribed by hand in a hotel room in Harwich at 2 in the morning and had kept in her notebook ever since. She read them with the same quality of attention she had been giving them for weeks. Recognition, and something underneath recognition, the feeling of a mirror that she had been looking at from the wrong angle and had not quite managed to look at directly. She turned the page. The summary paragraph at the bottom of page 12 read: Clara Marsh chose silence over exposure. She protected someone at the cost of everything she had. We can only speculate what she was sorry for. Her unfinished sentence remains one of the most poignant mysteries of the case. She read it. She read it again. She set the script down on the desk and looked at the window. The city was doing its Monday morning thing. The particular dense movement of early commuters, the delivery trucks, the specific quality of light that December produced, flat and honest, without the softening of other seasons. She looked at it without seeing it. She picked up the script again. She read: Clara Marsh chose silence over exposure. She read: We can only speculate what she was sorry for. She looked at the words. She had written them. They were her words, or words close enough to hers that the distinction was not meaningful. She had looked at the unfinished sentence and reached for the professional language and arrived at this poignant mystery. Speculation. Silence chosen. As if silence was a choice that happened to you rather than something you built deliberately over years, with the labor of a person who had decided that the thing you wanted most was the most dangerous thing to want. She sat very still. She opened her desk drawer and took out her notebook. She had brought it back from Harwich, which was also the hotel room, which was also the legal pads she had filled, and they were stacked on the left side of the desk in the order she had always used. She opened the notebook to the page that said "I am only sorry that I," and looked at the blank space that followed. She had been looking at this page for 6 weeks. She had been circling it. She had told herself each time she came near it that she was not ready, that the timing was not right, that she needed to resolve the broadcast question first, the professional question, the external thing, and then the other thing could be attended to. She looked at the page. She turned backward through the notebook. The 2 unfinished sentences from the Harwich hotel room. The question about the cost of the true answer. The margin note that said 11 days. The working theory that said she was protecting someone. The question she had written in the archive room on a late October afternoon. She knew who did it. She said nothing. Why? She had written the answer in pencil in the margin months ago without fully meaning to, because the alternative cost more. She had been reading that sentence for months as if it were about Clara. She looked at the script. At the line she had written, Clara Marsh chose silence over exposure. She put the script down and picked up her coffee, and it was cold, which she noticed and did not address, and she sat at the desk in her apartment on a Monday morning in December and looked at the window and thought about the last 6 weeks with the specific clarity of someone who had been waiting for the angle to shift and felt it shift now, cleanly, without warning or preparation. She had been doing the same thing. Not for 100 years. Not at the cost Clara had paid. But the architecture was the same. The silence over the exposure, the protection of something by not naming it, the choice to bury rather than risk. She had been doing it since she was 22 years old, and a woman she trusted had used what she'd shown as a weapon, and she had decided then, quietly and permanently, that the only safe version of herself was the version no one could read. She had built that version with enormous care. She had maintained it for 12 years. She had gotten very good at it. And she had been, for the last 3 months, sitting in an archive room in Harwich with a woman who kept both hands flat on the table when she had decided something, and who laughed loud and without management, and who had written 17 emails about a dead woman because the truth mattered and she was not interested in protecting herself at the expense of being real. She had been sitting with that, and she had been very carefully and with the competence she brought to all things, continuing to build the version of herself that no one could read. She had not told June about the broadcast offer. She had told herself it was because she was still working it out. That was true. It was also true that the not telling had been protection, the old reflex, the specific kind of burial that looked like consideration and felt like control and was neither. She had handled the apology in Harwick the way she handled every true apology she had ever been called upon to make, with technical accuracy and insufficient exposure. She had named the wrong thing. She had apologized for the logistics because the logistics were safe to apologize for, and the other thing was not safe yet, was not ready yet, would require her to say something that could be used against her in the way all true things could be used against you if you handed them to someone who wanted to use them. She had been handing June a weapon argument for 3 months. June was not going to use it. This was the thing. This was the thing she had been circling. She had known for some time, in the part of herself that ran beneath the professional and beneath the managed, that June was the first person in more than a decade who she had let look at her and had not felt in the looking that she was giving something away that would be used. She had felt, instead, something she did not have an immediate word for. Something that had more exposure in it than she was accustomed to and was not, in the presence of June, frightening. It was not frightening. She had been acting as if it were. She had been applying the 12-year architecture to a situation that did not require it, and the architecture had done what it always did, protected her efficiently and cost her the thing she was protecting herself from losing. She looked at the script. We can only speculate what she was sorry for. She looked at that sentence. She thought about Clara writing, "I am only sorry that I," and the pen lifting from the page or the page running out or the door opening, and the sentence staying incomplete for 100 years inside a wall. She thought about Vera, who had spent 16 years 2 streets from the prison, who had perhaps gone to her death not knowing if the silence had been protection or abandonment. She thought about June, who had stood in the archive room after Priscilla's insufficient apology and said okay in the way of someone acknowledging a door's existence rather than walking through it, and who had then quietly continued working, as she always quietly continued working, because she was the kind of person who carried things without making productions of them, and this had never, not once, been the same as being fine with them. Priscilla picked up her phone. She opened it to Renata's contact. She called. Renata answered on the second ring with the equanimity of someone who answered phones at all hours and had never found this remarkable. "Priscilla, I need to change the broadcast format," Priscilla said. A pause. Not surprise, Renata did not do surprise audibly, but the brief, precise pause of someone recalibrating. "Tell me," she said. "The air date," Priscilla said. "We move it. Post-hearing. Not pre-verdict. Davis won't like that." "I know. The slot." "I know." Priscilla was looking at the window. The city was still doing its Monday morning thing, indifferent and continuous. The pre-verdict format puts the public narrative ahead of the legal process. Simone said so from the beginning. I should have listened. Another pause, shorter this time. "That's the professional reason," Renata said. "It's a sufficient reason." "It is." Renata was quiet for a moment. "There are other reasons." "Yes," Priscilla said. "There are." She said it simply. Without the management, without the redirection, without the professional frame she usually applied to conversations that were getting close to the thing she did not discuss. She said it and let it sit, and Renata received it with the particular quality of someone who had been waiting 7 years for a sentence that simple. "Okay," Renata said. "I'll talk to Davis." "There's something else," Priscilla said. "The credit." "June Alcantara's name," Priscilla said. "Formally. In the credits, in the press materials, in the broadcast itself. Not archival assistance provided by. Her name. That should have been in from the start," Renata said. "I know. I'll add it." A pause. "Anything else?" Priscilla looked at the notebook on her desk. At the page with the unfinished sentence and the blank space after the dash. At the 3 words on the page below it. The wound closed. "No," she said. "That's everything." She hung up. She looked at the script. She looked at the summary paragraph. We can only speculate what she was sorry for. She picked up her pen. She crossed it out. She wrote above it in her own hand in the script margin a replacement. Clara Marsh was sorry for the sentence she couldn't finish. We don't know what comes after the dash. We know what came before it. Everything she was not sorry for. The love. The choosing. The thing she protected because it was the truest thing she had, and she was not going to let it be buried, not even to save herself. She read what she had written. It was better. It was true. She was going back to Harwick. She was going to need more than one sentence this time. She opened her laptop and looked at the calendar. The hearing was in 3 weeks. She had 3 weeks to do what she had been failing to do for 3 months, which was not very long and was also, she thought, enough. She packed a bag. She told herself she was going for the hearing prep. She was aware of what she was actually going for. She got in the car. Chapter 22 Names. She called Simone first. She was an hour outside the city, the highway doing the particular thing it did when you were leaving somewhere and the density of the traffic had thinned and the landscape had become the landscape rather than a backdrop, and she called through the car speakers with the composed certainty of someone who had decided on the right thing and was now doing it. Simone answered with the efficiency she always brought to phone calls. Her name a pause, readiness. I want to change the broadcast timing, Priscilla said. The air date moves to post-hearing. We run the story after the exoneration decision. A silence. A Simone silence, which was different from most people's silences. Not the silence of processing but the silence of someone who had already arrived at a conclusion and was confirming it against incoming information. That's the right decision, Simone said. The directness of it arrived in the car like something settling. Priscilla had expected professional approval. She had not entirely expected the quality of it. The specific weight of being told something was right by someone who had been holding the moral center of this case for 3 years and whose right carried that history inside it. The network is going to push back, Priscilla said. They'll want to negotiate. I'd like the case on record in the formal submission as preferring the post-hearing timeline. I can note that in the correspondence, Simone said. The hearing board wouldn't appreciate a pre-verdict media event. You know that. I know that now, Priscilla said. I should have known it sooner. Another silence. This one had the quality brief and specific of a person deciding whether to say a thing. You were managing several interests simultaneously, Simone said. That's not unusual. What matters is the decision. Thank you, Priscilla said. There's something else, Simone said. The plaque application. The county confirmed the name amendment last week. Both names. Clara Marsh and Vera Hutchins. A pause. That was June's work, the landmark application. She put the case together for the county with the same quality she brought to the archival record. I want to make sure that's documented. I'm taking care of it, Priscilla said. After Simone, she drove for 20 minutes in the silence that was not the podcast silence, not the avoidance silence, just the silence of someone who had made a decision and was now in the space between making it and arriving at the place where it would be real. She drove through the particular quality of December landscape in upstate New York, which was bare and specific and had a kind of honest severity to it that she had come to find, without entirely meaning to, beautiful. She called the Historical Society. The phone rang twice and then June's voice. Harwick Historical Society, this is June. Priscilla said. It's me. A pause. Not a long one. Hi, June said. The word had the quality of something that had been held carefully. I'm driving to Harwick, Priscilla said. I wanted to call first. Not just show up. Another pause. Okay, June said. I want to talk about the broadcast. The formal changes. And there's something else I need to say and I would like to say it when I'm there in person, not on the phone. June was quiet for a moment. Priscilla could hear the archive room in the background, the ventilation, the specific quality of that silence. She knew that silence. She had spent 3 weeks inside it. How long until you're here? June said. About 40 minutes. I'll put the kettle on, June said. Priscilla arrived at the Historical Society at 11:30. She had not planned what she was going to say, which was unusual for her, which she recognized as a form of commitment. She was not going to plan it, not going to write it out in her notebook with the careful hand she used for difficult things, not going to review it and refine it and arrive with the most technically accurate version. She was going to arrive and speak from the place that was below the technical, the place she had been protecting for 12 years, and she was going to do it poorly if she had to, badly if necessary, with all the imprecision of someone who was saying the real thing rather than the managed version. The front door was unlocked. She went in. Dolores was in the hallway. This was not unusual. Dolores moved through the building at unpredictable intervals with the unhurried quality of someone who had been here longer than anyone else and considered the whole building her particular domain. She looked at Priscilla with the expression she had always used. Direct, measured, politely unimpressed. "She's in the archive room," Dolores said. "Thank you," Priscilla said. Dolores looked at her for a moment longer than was strictly necessary for the exchange. "You should have been clearer sooner," she said. It was not unkind. It was the way Dolores said everything. Like a verdict, arrived at carefully and stated without waste. "I know," Priscilla said. Dolores nodded once. She went back down the hall. Priscilla stood in the hallway for a moment. She touched the scar through her eyebrow, felt it happen, left her hand where it was for a moment before lowering it. Then she went to the archive room. June was at the examination table with the hearing prep documents spread around her, the specific organized pattern she always made of her work, everything labeled and in sequence. She looked up when Priscilla came in. Her expression was the careful, held quality it had had since December began, since the broadcast announcement, since the apology that hadn't been sufficient. It was not closed. It was waiting. Priscilla said, "I moved the broadcast air date to post-hearing." June looked at her. "Why?" "Because Simone was right about the pre-verdict format and I should have listened when she said it." She paused. "And because the decision I was making about the broadcast was also a decision about other things and I was handling both of them the same way I handle things I'm afraid of, which is by managing them until they stop being visible." June was very still. She was watching Priscilla with the full quality of attention she always had, nothing withheld, nothing managed. The attention that had been one of the first things Priscilla had catalogued, and had not been able to stop cataloging. "Your name," Priscilla said, "is going to be in the broadcast. Your full name, formally credited as co-investigator. In the credits and the press materials and the broadcast itself. Not the Harwick Historical Society. That should have been true from the start. I should have made it true from the start and I didn't." June said quietly. "Why didn't you?" It was a good question. It was the right question. It was the question Priscilla had been sitting with since she read the broadcast script summary on a Monday morning and understood what she had been doing. She said, "Because making it true would have made you visible, and making you visible meant naming what you were to me, and naming that was the thing I've been building a life around not doing." She stopped. She said it plainly, without the professional frame, without the managed language, without the particular care she applied to the sentences she let other people hear. "Not because of you. Because of something old and wrong that I've been carrying for 12 years and applying to every situation that looked like it might matter, and you are the first person in a very long time to whom it mattered enough to be worth carrying, and I carried it anyway, and I handled you the same way I have handled everything I was afraid to lose, which is badly." The archive room was very quiet. June looked at her. Her eyes were slightly bright, not quite crying, the precursor to it, the held quality of someone receiving something they had been waiting to receive for a long time, and are making sure it has arrived before they let themselves know it has. "The broadcast decision," Priscilla said. "The week in New York. The insufficient apology. The not telling." She paused. "I am sorry for all of it. Not the logistics version. The actual thing." Another pause. She looked at June across the examination table, across Clara's documented life laid out between them, across the hearing prep documents and the exhibit list and the photocopy of the locket engraving in its sleeve in the corner. She said, "I was supposed to be the person who tells other people's truths, and I have been, for 12 years, extraordinarily bad at my own." June put both hands flat on the examination table. She looked at them. She looked at Priscilla. Something had shifted in her face, the careful quality releasing into something that was not quite the open warmth she usually had, but was its own kind of warmth, quieter and more specific. "It was always yours," Priscilla said. "The case. The discovery. The 2 names on the plaque. All of it. It was yours from 17 emails before I even responded, and I should have been saying so publicly since the beginning, and I didn't, and part of why I didn't was professional calculation, and part of why I didn't was..." She stopped. She looked at June. "Part of why I didn't was that I was protecting myself at your expense, and I knew it, and I did it anyway, and that is the thing I am actually sorry for." The silence that followed was not uncomfortable. It was the silence of an ending arriving, or a beginning, or both, which were often the same silence from different directions. June said, "I know you were protecting yourself. I know you know." "I know why," June said. "Not all of it." "Enough." She looked at her hands still flat on the table. "I've been waiting for you to decide it was safe enough." "It is safe," Priscilla said. "You are the safest." She stopped. She started again. "I'm not afraid of you. I want to be clear about that. I have been afraid of things that have nothing to do with you, and I have been applying that fear to you anyway, and that's not the same as being afraid of you, and I need you to know the difference." June looked at her. "I do know the difference," she said. "I've known for a while." A pause. Her eyes were still bright. "That's what made it hard." Priscilla crossed the distance to the examination table. "Not around it." She stopped at the edge of it, which was close, and June did not move back and did not move forward, simply stayed. Hands no longer flat on the surface but loose at her sides now, a different quality of readiness. She looked at Priscilla with the direct quality of attention she had always had, and there was something in it that was open in a way it had not been open since before the broadcast announcement. Not closed, not armored, just waiting. "Thank you," June said quietly. It was not a small thank you. It had the quality of receiving something that had been withheld for a long time and receiving it fully without performance. Priscilla looked at her. She looked at all of it. The person who had sent 17 emails, who had opened a letter and been careful with it, who had put both names on the plaque because it had always been both of them. She felt the weight of what she had not yet said, the sentence she had been circling for months, and she said carefully, with as much honesty as she had available today, "I'm not finished with what I'm trying to say. I haven't found the end of the sentence yet." A pause. "But I wanted you to know I'm looking for it." June held her gaze for a moment. Her eyes were bright, not spilling. The smile arrived the way it always did. In her eyes first, a half-second before anywhere else. "Okay," she said. Not the flat okay of 3 weeks ago. Not the careful acknowledgement of a door that might not open. This one had something in it. The quality of someone who has been standing in a particular place for a long time and has just received word that the thing they were waiting for is on its way. "The hearing prep," Priscilla said. "We should go through it." "Yes," June said. "We should." They sat back down on opposite sides of the examination table, the case between them, and the hearing 3 weeks out, and the work still to be done, which was how it had always been and was, in this particular moment, right. The distance between them was the same and was also not the same, in the way of distances that have been named before they are crossed. Some things you gave yourself without auditing them. Some things were simply, finally, on their way. Chapter 21: The Press Conference. The press room was the kind of room that had been designed to hold a specific kind of attention. Rows of chairs, a low podium at the front, recessed lighting that was flattering without being theatrical. Priscilla had been in rooms like this 100 times. She knew how they worked. She knew how to let the silence accumulate before she spoke into it, how to place her hands on the podium in a way that communicated steadiness rather than grip, how to meet the cameras without looking as though she was meeting them. She stood at the podium and thought about none of this. Simone was at the legal table to her left, with the formal case documentation arranged in front of her with the specific orderliness of someone who had been waiting for this day for 3 years and had prepared for it with appropriate seriousness. She had the composed, focused quality she always had, contained, directed, her attention on the task rather than the room. When Priscilla had arrived that morning, Simone had looked at her for a moment and said, "This is right." She had not elaborated. She had not needed to. Renata was at the back of the room, which was where Renata always was during public events, positioned to see everything and manage what needed managing with the smooth efficiency of someone who had never once in her professional life been unprepared. She had her phone in her hand and her expression was the composed neutral one she wore when things were going according to plan, which was also the expression she wore when things were not going according to plan. Priscilla had learned over 7 years to tell the difference. This morning it was the first one. The room was full. Priscilla looked at the papers in front of her. The photocopy of Clara's letter, transcribed in Priscilla's own handwriting and printed at the hotel at 6 that morning, because she had wanted to read it in her own hand, because that had felt like the right way to bring Clara's words into the room. The photocopy of the legal ruling, which had been issued 3 days ago and which she had read 6 times. The 2-paragraph statement from the County Historical Commission. Her phone was in her jacket pocket. She was aware of it. Present day, 9:04 a.m. June, are you watching? She did not look at her phone. She looked at the room. She looked at the cameras. She straightened the papers on the podium with a small, precise movement of her hands and cleared her throat and began. My name is Priscilla Voss, she said. I'm a journalist. I've spent the last several months working alongside archivist June Alcantara to document the wrongful conviction of Clara Marsh, who was executed by the state of New York on April 14, 1924, for the murder of her husband Harold Marsh, a murder she did not commit. She had said these words before in smaller rooms, to legal teams and county administrators, and one very long meeting with the Historical Commission Board. She had said them on the phone with Simone and in her notebook and in the broadcast script that had aired 2 weeks after the exoneration decision rather than 2 weeks before. The words had not changed. The weight of them had accumulated. Harold Marsh was killed by his business partner, a man named Arthur Doyle, in settlement of a debt Harold had refused to pay. The evidence establishing this, a misfiled secondary ledger entry documenting Doyle's threat to come to the Marsh house, business records demonstrating the financial pressure, physical evidence from the property itself, was present in the county archive. It had been present in the county archive for 100 years. It took a trained archivist with a precise understanding of what she was looking for to find it, and it took finding it for the rest to follow. She paused. This was a professional pause, the kind she used to let a fact settle before the next one arrived. She was also, inside the professional pause, becoming aware that the papers in front of her were not what she had thought they were when she placed them on the podium this morning. She had thought she was here to announce a legal ruling. She was that. She was also something else. She was here to read a letter. Before I address the legal determination, she said, I want to read something. Present day, 9:07 a.m. Priscilla. I'm at the podium. June, I know. I can see you on the stream. June, you look really good. The press room was quiet in the specific way press rooms went quiet when they understood something unexpected was about to happen. Priscilla had worked enough rooms to know when an audience was shifting its quality of attention. They were shifting now. She picked up the transcription. Her own handwriting. Clara's words. This letter, she said, was found inside a wall of the former Marsh property on Birch Street in Harwich, New York, during a building renovation in December of last year. It is a love letter. It was written in November of 1923, the month Clara Marsh's husband was killed, one day before Clara was taken into custody. It was addressed to a woman named Vera Hutchins, who lived 2 streets away and who appears nowhere in the trial record. It has been in that wall for 100 years. She looked at the room once more, met the cameras in the way that was not meeting them, and lowered her eyes to the page. My darling Vera, she read. Her voice did not change. This was a skill she had developed and maintained, the ability to read difficult material in the register of the professional, neither performing emotion nor suppressing it, simply delivering the words with the fidelity they deserved. She had read coroner's reports and court transcripts and victim impact statements and confessions, and she had delivered all of them with the specific quality of care that the journalist owed to the document. She was going to do the same with this. She was not certain as she started that she was going to be able to. She was fairly certain by the second paragraph that she was. I have been trying to write this letter for 11 days. I have started it on the back of the hardware receipt, on the margin of the church bulletin, on the inside cover of the book you lent me in July, the one I was supposed to return and keep finding reasons not to. I think you know why I keep finding reasons not. I am not good at saying the thing directly. You always said that about me. You said, Clara, you will go around the whole world to avoid walking through a door. You said it like it was a flaw. I have been thinking lately that you said it like it was something you loved. Present day, 9:07 a.m. Priscilla. I'm at the podium. June, I know. I can see you on the stream. June, you look really good. She paused. The press room was very quiet. She had done hundreds of these. Announcements, revelations, the careful theatrical unveiling of truth. She knew how to work a room, how to hold a pause, how to let silence do the labor. But this pause was not performance. She needed a moment. She found it. She continued. What I need you to understand, what I have needed to say since the night of the 14th, since Harold came home early and I was still sitting at your kitchen table and there was nothing innocent about the way I was sitting there, is that I am not sorry. I want to be clear about that. I have tried to be sorry. I have knelt down and asked to be made sorry. The answer I receive each time is silence, which I am choosing to interpret as permission. I am not sorry for any of it. I am only sorry that I. Present day, 9:14 a.m. June Priscilla. June the letter. June it just stopped. Priscilla I know. June where does it end? There was a breath-caught collective from the press room. Priscilla looked up from the page. That's where it ends, she said into the microphone. Mid-sentence. We don't know what she was sorry for. We don't know if Clara ever sent it. We don't know if Vera ever read it. What we know is that it was found in a box inside a wall in the house that was sold when Clara Marsh was convicted of her husband's murder in 1924. We know it was inside that wall for 100 years. She let that sit. We also know, she said, that the conviction was wrong, that Harold Marsh was killed by his business partner, a man named Doyle, over a debt. That Clara knew. That Clara said nothing because Doyle told her he would make sure the letters were found. All of them. That Clara Marsh went to her death protecting a woman named Vera Hutchins, who lived another 43 years, who died in 1967 in a house 2 streets away from the prison, who is buried in St. Augustine's Cemetery under her married name, which was not the name Clara would have called her. The room was still. She had not planned the next sentence. She knew it as she said it, which was the closest she had come, in 11 years of professional public speaking, to saying a thing without knowing in advance exactly what it would be. Clara Marsh went around the whole world, she said, to avoid walking through a door. And then she wrote that letter. And then something stopped her. And the door stayed closed for 100 years. She looked down at the transcription. At the last line in her own hand. She looked back up. Clara Marsh's conviction has been vacated by the state, she said. Her name will be added to the county historical record. The house where she lived is a landmark. As of this morning, there are 2 names on that landmark plaque. She did not look at her phone. She knew June was watching. Present day, 9:21 a.m. June 2 names. June Priscilla. June you put both names. Priscilla it was always both of them. It was never just one of them. June. I'm crying in the Historical Society archive room and my intern is very concerned. Priscilla, tell her it's fine. June is it? Priscilla stepped away from the podium. The questions started, they always started, and Renata moved in like weather, smooth and practiced, fielding and deflecting while Priscilla walked to the side of the room where it was quieter and stood next to a window that looked out on a parking structure, which was not a romantic view, but she wasn't looking at the parking structure. She was looking at her phone. Priscilla yes. Priscilla it is. June okay. June okay good. Priscilla June. Yeah. Priscilla. I've been trying to write something for 11 days. A long pause. Long enough that Priscilla's publicist caught her eye across the room with an expression that meant they want you back at the podium. Priscilla held up one finger. The universal sign for 1 minute. She had never used it for something like this before. June Clara said that too. Priscilla I know. Priscilla. I'm not going to go around the whole world. June okay. June then just say it. Priscilla looked back at the window. The parking structure. The ordinary gray morning beyond it. Somewhere across the city, June was sitting in a room full of other people's carefully preserved histories, surrounded by boxes that held the private evidence of lives, and she was waiting. She didn't make waiting feel like pressure. That was one of the things. There were many things. Priscilla typed her address. Just that. Just the number and the street. June. I'll be there at 7. June. I'm bringing the photocopy of the locket engraving. For your wall. Priscilla my wall? June. Every love story deserves a wall. Priscilla folded the letter. Not the photocopy. The photocopy was in the legal file, catalogued, preserved, submitted into evidence for the posthumous exoneration proceedings that had taken 14 months and one exhausted archivist who refused to stop emailing. She folded the transcription she had written herself at 2 a.m. in a hotel room in Harwich in December, because she had wanted to know what it felt like to write Clara's words in her own hand. She hadn't known then why she had wanted that. She knew now. She tucked it into her jacket pocket. Clara Marsh's conviction has been vacated by the state, she said at the podium again, for the cameras and the record and the room full of people who were watching. Her name will be added to the county historical record. The house where she lived is a landmark. As of this morning, there are 2 names on that landmark plaque. She answered every question they had. Present day, 9:29 a.m. June 2 names. June Priscilla. June, you put both names. Priscilla, it was always both of them. It was never just one of them. June. I'm crying in the Historical Society archive room and my intern is very concerned. Priscilla, tell her it's fine. June, is it? Priscilla, yes. Priscilla, it is. June, okay. June, okay, good. At 7:02 p.m., someone knocked on her door. She opened it before the second knock. Author's note on the parallel structure. The 1923 letter and the present-day text thread are intended to be read as a single conversation across a century, 2 women finding the language for something they were taught not to say, one of them too late, one of them exactly on time. Clara's letter ends mid-sentence deliberately. What June and Priscilla complete in their small and quiet way is what Clara never got to finish. Her name was Clara. She loved someone. It mattered. Chapter 20. Her name was Clara. June woke to the sound of rain. Not a dramatic rain. Not the kind that announced itself or demanded attention. The quiet kind, which arrived in the night and stayed with a patience that was its own kind of constancy. She lay in the dark and listened to it against the windows and let herself be exactly where she was, which was somewhere she had not been before and which was, in a way she was still taking the measure of, precisely right. The room was unfamiliar in the specific way of a room encountered first in low light and understood more fully by morning. The height of the ceiling, the way the window faced east, the particular quiet of an apartment on a high floor in a city that was already awake downstairs but had not yet made its way up here. She lay still and let her eyes adjust and let the room be the room and let the morning be what it was, which was new. She had brought very little with her. Her bag. A change of clothes in the somewhat optimistic manner of someone who had packed before deciding whether the optimism was warranted. The photocopy of the locket engraving, which she had rolled carefully and put in the side pocket of the bag 3 weeks ago when she was preparing the hearing documentation, telling herself it was for reference, and then had brought last night because she had told Priscilla she would bring it and she was a person who did the things she said she would do. She got up. The hallway was dim, the apartment still holding some of the dark of early morning. She found the bathroom without turning on the wrong lights, which felt like a small competency, and she stood at the sink for a moment and looked at herself in the mirror with the honest attention she tried to give most things. A woman in her early 30s, slightly rumpled, in another person's borrowed shirt in another person's apartment, which was the apartment of someone she had been sending emails to for months before they had ever been in the same room, and whose address she had typed into her phone's map at 6:30 yesterday evening without any particular hesitation. She had not hesitated. She had been aware of not hesitating. It had felt like the right pace. She went down the hallway toward the smell of coffee. The apartment was not what she had expected, though she was not certain what she had expected. It was spare, which she had anticipated. The description matched the person, but it was not cold in the way she might have feared. It was spare the way certain songs were spare. Not empty, but deliberate. The kitchen was the right size and had the quality of a space that was used properly, not decoratively. The living room had one large window that looked out over the city and one framed print she recognized as a historical map, the kind you bought in graduate school and kept because you forgot to put something better in its place and then forgot to notice it anymore. On the wall of the hallway, newly hung, was the photocopy of the locket engraving. She had not put it there. She had carried it to the apartment, had handed it to Priscilla when the door opened, and had not thought about it again after that. It was there now, in a frame, a plain one but a real one, the kind you went to find rather than the kind you already had, at approximately eye level in the hallway where you would see it every time you came in or went out. Sim/V. She stood in front of it for a moment. She was not going to cry. She had cried yesterday in the archive room, watching the stream with her intern looking at her with undisguised concern, and she had cried a little in the car on the way here, which was a comfortable place to cry, and she had arrived done with crying and ready for what came after. She stood in the hallway and looked at the 2 sets of initials framed on the wall of an apartment that had had nothing on its walls when she walked in last night. 2 initials. 2 names. A small framed piece of evidence that love existed and was not entirely erased. You put it up last night? Priscilla was in the kitchen doorway. She was in a white shirt and dark trousers and her hair was down, which June had seen only a handful of times. The quality of the low chignon relaxed into something that was less architectural, more private. She was holding 2 cups of coffee. She had the expression she wore when she was not performing composure because she had decided, in this particular context, not to. This morning, Priscilla said. I didn't sleep much. I noticed. You were asleep. I woke up once, June said. You were at the desk. A pause. Priscilla looked at the framed engraving. The light is good here, she said. In the morning. I wanted to see how it looked. How does it look? Like it belongs there. June took her coffee. It was right, exactly right, the proportion she had corrected Priscilla on in December, the order she had explained twice and apparently needed to explain only twice. She held the cup and looked at the frame and then at Priscilla, who was looking at the frame also, and the 2 of them stood in the hallway of the apartment in the early morning rain with the initials between them and the coffee and the ordinary quiet of a morning that had arrived and was staying. I was writing, Priscilla said after a moment. June had known this from the light under the door. She had woken at 2-something and seen the line of it and had listened for a moment to the sound of the city below, and the particular stillness of someone working at a desk in the next room and had gone back to sleep. She had not asked about it then. She did not ask about it now. Then Priscilla said, Do you want to read it? June looked at her. Priscilla's expression had the quality it had on the day of the hearing prep, when she had said I'm not finished with what I'm trying to say, the quality of something that had been held for a long time being offered out, with the specific care of someone doing an unfamiliar thing with appropriate attention. Not fear. Not the old armor. Something else, something that was the opposite of the armor. The deliberate act of being known. Yes, June said. Priscilla went to the desk and came back with the notebook. The legal pad she had been carrying since October, or one like it. The kind she always used. The kind June had seen in the archive room in the margins beside unanswered questions and working theories and the word 11 days written in the margin at the beginning of everything. She held it out with both hands. June took it. She looked at the open page. She read it once. She read it a second time slowly because the second time was for the words themselves rather than for the fact of them, and the words deserved to be read slowly. She did not look up for a while. The rain moved against the window. Priscilla stood in the kitchen doorway with her coffee and waited in the way she waited for things now, which was differently than she had waited before. Not with the composure of management but with the actual patience of someone who had decided that the thing was worth waiting for. June looked up. This is the sentence, she said. The one after the dash. I know, Priscilla said. It took me a while to find it. June looked at the notebook again. At what Priscilla had written, which she was not going to recite aloud here because it belonged to Priscilla first and to the page before it belonged to the air. And it was enough to have read it, to be holding the notebook and to know what the handwriting said and to know that Priscilla had gotten up in the early hours of a morning after a press conference to write it down before she lost her nerve. She had not lost her nerve. You finished it, June said. Priscilla was quiet for a moment. She didn't get to, she said. Clara. She wrote 11 days, the same as me, and she went around the whole world and she got to the word sorry and then she didn't. A pause. I didn't want to do the same thing. June set the notebook on the small table in the hallway, beside the framed engraving. She looked at it there. The notebook beside the locket copy, CM on one side of the frame and VH on the other, and Priscilla's handwriting on the open page. Evidence of love, old and new in the same hallway. I've been visiting Vera's grave, she said. I know. Priscilla looked at her. You said so. In the text thread yesterday. I didn't tell you how many times. How many times? 3, June said. I brought flowers twice. I didn't tell anyone. I thought. She considered how to say it. I thought someone should. Even if she didn't know we were looking for her. Even if she never knew what Clara had done. I thought someone should show up. Priscilla looked at her for a long moment. It was the look she had been giving June since the parking lot in October, the one that was taking something and rather than preparing a response to it, the specific quality of reception that June had found both disarming and now that she understood it more fully, extremely dear. You always show up, Priscilla said. I try to, June said. They stood in the hallway with the rain and the coffee and the framed initials and the notebook, and the morning was ordinary and warm and had the quality of a morning that intended to last. June was aware of it in the way she was aware of most things she was given freely, fully, and without the management she usually applied to good things to keep them from becoming wants she might not get. She did not manage this. She let it be what it was. She looked at the map on the living room wall, the graduate school print she had noticed when she came in last night, slightly crooked on the wall in the way of things hung without particular deliberateness. "What's the map of?" she said. Priscilla turned to look at it. "The Hudson Valley," she said. 1887. She paused. "I bought it because of an article I was writing. I've been meaning to replace it for years." "Don't," June said. "I like it." Priscilla looked at her. Something in her expression shifted, the way it shifted sometimes when June said a small thing that arrived with more weight than the small thing expected. And it was, June thought, one of the very particular pleasures of knowing this woman. The way you could see if you were paying attention which things landed and where. "Okay," Priscilla said. "I won't." June drank her coffee. It was the right temperature. Outside, the city was doing what the city did on a Saturday morning in January, which was quieter than the weekday version. Fewer horns, the suggestion of people who had nowhere required to be. The rain had begun to ease, the way it did when it had been patient enough and was ready to become something else. She stood at the kitchen window and looked at the gray bright sky above the buildings, and felt the particular fullness of a morning that had arrived and was not rushing anywhere. "The intern," Priscilla said, from the table where she had sat with her coffee. "The one who was concerned." "Mia," June said. "She's a graduate student. Very sharp. She handled the last 3 weeks of hearing documentation on her own, while I was distracted." She looked at the window. "I should probably say something about that. You should give her a formal acknowledgement in the case file," Priscilla said. "With specifics. Not just a thank you." June turned to look at her. "That's very good advice. I'm good at giving formal credit to the people who deserve it," Priscilla said, with the specific quality of someone making a small and accurate reckoning with their own recent history. "I'm better at it now than I was 6 weeks ago." June sat down at the table. She put both hands flat on the surface, which was the thing she did when she had decided something and was letting it settle. Priscilla looked at her hands. She always looked at her hands. "I want to ask you something," June said. "All right." "The broadcast," June said. "It aired 3 weeks ago. The response has been what the response has been, which is the biggest story of your career, which Renata has been managing very capably and which you have been allowing to be managed while also doing everything else. The network is very happy. Your profile has never been higher." She looked at Priscilla. "What do you want to do next?" Priscilla looked at her for a moment. The question was, June understood, only partially about the broadcast. It was about what came after the broadcast. It was about what this morning was the beginning of, and where they were putting themselves in relation to that beginning. "I don't know yet," Priscilla said. "That's an honest answer." "I know it is. I have a case I've been reviewing," Priscilla said. "A 1979 conviction in Vermont. A woman. The evidence is complicated, but there's something there." She paused. "And I have been thinking about whether Harwick needs a formal archivist-journalist collaboration structure for cases with historical records. Something with institutional standing. Not a one-time thing." June looked at her. "Harwick Historical Society is a very small institution." "It is," Priscilla said. "It has one of the most effective archivists I have ever encountered and a mentor figure who appears to require very little in terms of material resources to produce extraordinary results. I think the institutional size is not the limiting factor." June was quiet for a moment. "You're proposing an ongoing professional relationship," she said. "Among other things," Priscilla said. She held June's gaze with the directness she had been learning to hold it with. Not the camera directness, not the professional composure, but the other kind, the kind that cost something and was paid willingly. "Is that a problem?" "No," June said. "It's not a problem at all." The rain had stopped. The city outside had the clean, clarified quality of a Saturday morning after rain. The wet pavement, the light arriving sideways and specific, the ordinary particular beauty of a place where you were glad to be. June had been in this city before, for meetings and hearings, and once, in November, For a development review she had been asked to attend as a formal case collaborator. She had not been to this apartment. She was here now. She intended to be here again. She looked at the hallway, at the framed engraving, at the notebook on the small table beside it, open to the page Priscilla had written in the small hours of this morning. "Every love story deserves a wall," she said, which was what she had texted and was also true. Priscilla looked at the engraving. She had the expression she wore when something had arrived that she was allowing to be what it was rather than measuring it for usefulness. It was a relatively new expression in her rotation, June thought. It suited her extremely well. "Clara and Vera have a wall," Priscilla said. "They do," June said. "Now they share one with us." Priscilla looked at her. Then she looked at the frame, the two initials side by side, the locket engraving that had been in a wall for 6 years before June found it and in a wall before that for a century, the small engraved record of something that had needed to be hidden and had survived anyway, that had finally been read by the right people at the right time. "That seems right," she said. "Yes," June said. She looked at the notebook. She looked at what was written there. She looked at Priscilla, who was watching her look at it, and who did not look away. Her name was Clara, June said. She loved someone. It mattered. "It did," Priscilla said. "It does." The morning held them in its ordinary light, and the city went about its Saturday below, and the framed initials were on the wall in the hallway where they could be seen, and the notebook was open on the table beside them, and there was nothing on the walls of Priscilla Voss's apartment that had not been put there with intention, and the rain did not come back, and the morning was warm, and it was enough. It was more than enough. It was everything. Epilogue Clement Street. The cemetery in March had a particular quality, not the bare patience of winter, not yet the fullness of spring, but the specific in-between of early thaw, the ground soft again, the light longer and less direct than it had been, the particular smell of soil that had spent several months sealed under cold and was now receiving air. They had come in the afternoon, which was when the light was best at St. Augustine's. June had been here before. She knew where to find the stone. The grave was as she had left it.
Vera Vale, 1891-1967.
The modest marker, the worn lettering, the small carved cross. Beside it, small and new and placed by the County Historical Office at Simone's formal request, a second marker had been set into the ground. The language was Simone's. The form had been June's idea, submitted in the same week she drafted the landmark plaque application, because it had seemed right, because if there were 2 names on the house then there should be 2 names here, because Vera had been buried under a name that was not the name she had carried through the most important years of her life and the record should say so. The second marker read, Vera Hutchins, born 1891. Known also as Vera, beloved of Clara. They stood at the grave for a while. Neither of them said anything. The cemetery was quiet with the specific quiet of a place that had held a great many things for a long time, and was accustomed to people arriving to stand with them. June looked at the new marker. She had seen the proof copy months ago, had approved the language and the placement, had known it was coming. Seeing it in the ground was different. It was the kind of different that could not be prepared for entirely, the kind of different that required the physical fact of the thing before the knowledge of it became real.
Vera Utkins.
The name Clara would have called her. In the ground, beside the stone that had held only the married name for 57 years. Both names now. As it had always been both of them. Someone had left flowers. The flowers were not from them. They had brought nothing today. Had not planned to bring anything, had come simply to come, to stand in the place, to let the afternoon light fall on both markers and on the grave that had held only one name for longer than either of them had been alive. The flowers were fresh, not freshly cut, but fresh in the way of flowers that had been placed within the last week, still holding enough color to be real, the kind of small white ones that looked like something from a garden rather than an arrangement. June looked at them. She looked at them with the attention she gave to things that had been waiting. She still did not know who left them. She had been thinking about it since September, when she had found the first ones on a visit she had not planned. She had been thinking about it through the hearing and the broadcast and the press conference and the months after, and she had not been able to find an answer that was conclusive. There was no record. There was no witness she had found. There was only the fact of the flowers, returned again and again to a grave that had not been visited for decades before June started coming, and the question of who else had known to come. Some questions, she had decided, were meant to stay tender and open. The mystery of the flowers was one of them. She stood with it. Beside her, Priscilla was looking at the new marker. She had her hands in her coat pockets, and her expression was the specific quality she had in the presence of things that mattered. The attention that was taking them in fully, the stillness that meant she was letting something be received rather than catalogued. It was an expression June had been able to read for months now, and reading it still felt each time like being trusted with something. She came back, Priscilla said quietly. Not to June specifically, to the grave or to the afternoon, or to the fact of the thing itself. She did, June said. 16 years. 2 streets away. Yes. They stood with that. The afternoon light moved over the cemetery in the way of March light, specific and slightly oblique, illuminating the stone and the new marker and the flowers and the ground that had held Vera for 57 years under a name that was half of what she was. Now the other half was there. June thought about Clara, who had put a locket in a wall and a letter in another wall and gone to her death with both halves of herself hidden in houses she would never return to. She thought about the sentence that had stayed unfinished for 100 years, and about what had come after the dash when Priscilla finally found it. She thought about the way a thing could be buried and still, against all probability and through the patience of time and the attention of someone who refused to stop looking, surface. Not intact, not unchanged, but present. Legible. True. She thought about the flowers. She thought, someone remembered her. She thought, someone has been remembering her. There was a comfort in that, which she held without needing to resolve it. The mystery could stay a mystery. The flowers could keep arriving from wherever they came from. Vera could be remembered by whomever remembered her, and it did not need to be known and named in order to be real. Some things were complete without being explained. Priscilla turned to look at her. She had the particular quality of look she had been developing over the months, the one that was not the camera look or the professional look or the carefully managed look, but the other one, the one that arrived when she was not performing anything. June had come to know it the way she came to know the specific light in a room she spent enough time in. She took June's hand. June let her. She laced her fingers through Priscilla's and felt the particular warmth of that, the ordinary irreplaceable fact of it. And they stood at the grave of a woman who had been loved and who had lost the person who loved her and who had spent 16 years 2 streets from where that person died. And it was a sad thing, and it was also not only a sad thing because she had been found and she had been named and someone had brought flowers, and Clara's letter had been read aloud at a press conference in January by a woman who had gone into an archive and taken the locket in her careful hands and refused to let it stay buried. Both names on the wall. Both of them named. It was not restitution. It was not enough to make right what had been made wrong. Nothing was enough for that. But it was what could be done from a century's distance, by 2 people standing in the afternoon light in a cemetery in March, and they had done it, and it was real, and it mattered. Priscilla's hand was warm in hers. The light moved. They stayed until the light changed.